everybody, and welcome back to the PPD. This time for our December Nationals. This should be a great set of 3 days of fun action. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Mr. Omaha himself, Brandon Neal. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Glad to be here. That's going to be an exciting weekend. 3 different days of singles, doubles, and triples. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be a lot of money on the line when we get to tomorrow, but a lot of stakes today, right? You want to warm up, start your weekend off right, make sure the arm's good and the liver's warmed up. So that's what we're going to be seeing. And this first match should go ahead and set the precedent just right, as we are getting a good one here. Brian Dennis, Mike Scarboro to get things going here. What do we know about these guys?
I've played against both of these guys a million times. Scarborough obviously has been on a tear the past couple of years. Brian Dennis has been a solid around a five for at least a decade, probably longer. So this is going to be a really good winners bracket match in Division One.
Yeah, and we tried to get the whole first leg here, but these guys are playing rapid fire. Brian Dennis opened up with a 9 mark, and they've been going back and forth already, and we're going to be in for a good time here. And Sean Green will be here a little bit later. Of course, leave it to the teacher to be late to class, but it's okay. We'll still be giving out lessons anyways.
Yeah, and a pretty standard first leg win there for Brian at a 5-5. It's about what we expect. Michael start off leg 2, and if I know Scarborough, if he hits the first triple, he's going white horse, right?
Yeah, he loves to play that hyper aggressive strategy. He wants to control a lot of the board. He doesn't like getting into these long point battles. In this case, he wants to go ahead and prove us wrong and starts off maybe trying to do a return to sender, answering Brian Dennis's 9 mark that he started off with.
That could be. It could be. And I knew as soon as I said that he wouldn't do it. So I had that one coming.
If you guys are curious, Brian's name is not Brain. That was so close, yet so far on the scoreboard there.
Brian the Brain Dennis. I like it.
Oh, shout outs to whoever caught that one. Tim Goodwin caught that one first. So shout out to Tim Goodwin. Thank you for the assistance there. Dyslexia in full force today. This is why we need the school teacher. You would have caught it in the first 5 seconds. We have a bunch of different divisions going on right now. I believe we have 43 divisions in total, if I'm not mistaken here. Yeah, 43 divisions. That's a lot of different levels to be playing in. That means these average ranges are going to be super, super tight today.
That is, and it's a testament to how many players total that we have participating. If all of those are 16-player brackets, I mean, that's a ton of players. And it looks like all of them are except for Division 43, which is only 15 players. So, yeah, a whole lot of money up for grabs this weekend.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you're playing the rest of this weekend, but Friday's typically the tune-up day for a lot of these people, wouldn't you say?
I definitely would. Yeah, you want to, like you said earlier, you want to make sure that you are primed and ready for tomorrow. That's the big weekend with the bonus money added. And there's, 40 or 50 grand on the line just in bonus money, plus the winner, whatever you call that, the winnings, typical winnings. So, yeah, a ton of money up for grabs tomorrow. So today is make sure everything's working correctly. Make sure that you're good and warmed up for tomorrow.
Yeah, I do see a couple of you guys tuning in. We are live on USA Darts and PPD on Facebook and YouTube alike. Do appreciate each and every one of you guys for hanging out and commenting along with us here. We do see Scott Donaway saying, "Ayo!" So what's going on, Scott? And then David asking, "Hey Nick, hope you're well. When is the next one? I missed the signups." So every PPD Nationals is every 3 months. So the next one should be, I believe, in February, if I'm not mistaken. Or it's in March. Just kidding. It's every 3 months sometimes. But basically, it's every 3 to 4 months that these take place. And then the rest are going to be in between All-Star Triples is going to be the fill-in ones there. And make sure you know the Tuesday before that weekend is when those signups close out. And once they have an even number of brackets, that's when they do the cutoff there after 5 p.m. Central. As we do see boom goes the dynamite there from Mike Scarborough.
That he needed that one. It jumped back into the leg. Brian was starting to pull away a little bit. I think we're looking at heading this to a 1-1 scoreline. Or no. Yeah, 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, this is the turn where Scarboro can kind of solidify that fact, right?
Yeah, and he is aggressive most of the time. So, I was assuming that he would go close. Might do it again.
I don't mind the switch back to 17 there. He was taking the insurance policy. If he tripped it, it would have put it out of range for Brian to be able to get the point lead and close the number. It's still on the table right now, though, if Brian hits a 9. And he might hit a 9. He's going for it. And he swings a 9 mark there for Brian Dennis.
Huge round. That, and the way he did it, he put all the pressure on himself to either be a hero or a 0, and he nailed it.
He chose hero for sure, which is the better of the options.
I always try to, when possible.
You're my hero, Brandon.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, and this completely flipped the script. Brian Dennis had a must-hit shot. It was left for him. And Scarborough admittedly tried to prevent that shot from being on the table. He just only hit a single 17 on that last start.
That's kind of why I thought he might go 15 on the last start, because it would have been, he needed a triple either way. And if he hit the triple 15, he puts the game a lot further out of reach. But didn't hit a triple 17, so he left it within 45 points. Ooh, he had a look right there if he did a double. I think this is probably going to do it because we're still in the race to 2.
Yeah, it might be just enough to get it done. And Brian Dennis 2-0 gets it done in style over there. And really, Mike Scarborough's going to be not too upset. The average dipped at the end there just because of the Bulls, but he played pretty well in that whole matchup. Brian Dennis on a heater after having some struggles lately with his dart throw. So great to see here. Is now we're getting a great matchup. Liac, Meredith McGee taking each other on here.
Ooh, this is another top tier match. And you are going to see a lot of those very close games, very close legs, very close matches, because these averages are so tight. The skill levels are going to be almost identical. So you're going to see a lot of flip flop back and forth. It's going to make for some great drama all weekend, probably.
And we're here for the drama. I mean, we're talking what, a quarter of a point average separation for majority of the divisions, other than the top one and the bottom one, the only ones that have wider spreads.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be a really close battle, and it's going to be fun to watch. I can't imagine you'll want to pull all your hair out playing, but watching it's going to be really fun.
Well, instead, it looks like someone pulled out the Ethernet cord where Meredith is playing out of for a second there. Thought we were about to lose this match.
That's my favorite play when I'm getting beat. I just yank the internet cord out.
Guys, just for legal reasons, that was a joke.
Joke. Haha, just kidding.
Just let you guys know, Brian Dennis is now going to be playing Tyler Weehee in the match right before the king seat to get into there, and then Ram Gravar waiting on Jamie Kopp or JC Martinez in that next one there. So more than likely, we'll get a look at maybe seeing that king seat match if Ram makes the run there. A couple different possibilities, but we're not here just to cover Division 1. In fact, looking at Liac, I believe this is Division 10, if I'm not mistaken here. Let me double check that. Liac, this is actually Division 6, excuse me. So let me give them some credit where it's due.
Yeah, and some internet issues on the Friday afternoon.
Well, that's because Meredith's not playing at the right trick shots in Florida. She's playing at the one with apparently bad internet and no camera package. How dare you, Murph?
Rookie mistake.
That's it. Meredith McGee, known rookie. So it looks like you can see Meredith actually just went up and paused the board there, and you can see both these players are taking out their phones. So important to know, when you're playing in these tournaments and something happens, pause the board, hit that down arrow, text each other. You guys have the captain's list for your own brackets, and figure out what's going on there. Maybe Meredith threw while the internet was disconnected, didn't count a dart, vice versa. They're probably going to be figuring that out right now, which is some of the not super fun parts of Nationals, but some of the necessary parts of these remote matches.
Yeah, and it's going to happen. And we have the player advantage rule for that reason. The old saying was the board doesn't lie. If you've played at all, you know that that's far from the truth. And internet issues do happen, and more often than not, it'll happen when you're in the middle of a throw. So it'll connect for a triple and it won't count. So, yeah, reach out to your opponent.
That's it. For me, on the other hand, I typically just have my darts not count because I miss. A little bit of
well, if it hits a 2-2, it doesn't really matter, right?
Hey, show some respect. It was a 3-3.
Okay.
It looks like they're back in play there. They got it sorted. Of course, Liac and Meredith McGee are very familiar with one another. I mean, these are not unknown quantities for either one of them.
No, they've been playing together or playing against each other mostly for many, many years. So very familiar with each other. I'm sure that they're, with as nice as both of them are, I would say that they're probably pretty good friends as well by this point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're both so nice. How can you not be friends with either one of them, you know?
It's hard not to, unless there's something wrong with you, you know?
Yeah, then you're the problem, and that's how that works.
Yeah. Well, Lisa just had a little bit of a slack turn. She was trying to make her comeback, but it looks like Meredith's going to let her off the hook for at least one more round. Lisa's going to need to pour in some triples here.
She would like to, at the very least.
Terrible luck. All on the wire. Does grab a 28-point lead, which is going to make Meredith hit a triple or 2 singles before taking a look at closing the 15. She does have 3 zones, though, so depending on how she's feeling, she's going to take a look now.
Well, what's crazy about Meredith is when she did her walk-on at TOC, she decided to do a joke fall. And that joke fall actually fractured a bone in her hand and completely separated it. She played still and got 3rd, I believe, during that women's event. And actually, it's an elective surgery, so she chose to not take the surgery. So she actually has 2 different compression gloves and then a compression sleeve as well on her wrist right now to be able to throw.
Talk about bad luck.
Yeah, it was her lesson learned to not be too goofy and personable for the camera, or to practice prop falls, I guess, was the other lesson.
Right. Anything for a laugh, though. You know?
Oh, for the fans, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
triple 12 for the fans.
Triple 12 for the. I've been calling triple 12 for the fans. We're not going to see any of that today, unfortunately, unless it's the craziest 0-1 game of our lives. But God, where's all the triple 12 for the fans at, anyways?
Well, give me an opportunity tomorrow. I'll give you one.
Yeah, all right, perfect. I'm gonna be looking for it.
A partner might dislocate my knee if I try that, but
funnily
for
enough,
the fans, right?
One of the only players that actually uses trip 12 in like a master out type setting like that, that I've seen, or an open out setting, is Meredith McGee. She's actually one of the only players that actually does prefer to go a route like that, which is funny enough.
I like it too. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be completely out of the realm of possibility to see me take a stab at it.
Well, ideally, you should leave yourself a bowl there, Brandon. But if you get to 36, that means you missed the bowl, more than likely.
Yeah, I hit an 18, and I'm not gonna. Or I'm sorry, I hit a 3-4, carried one of 14.
Do appreciate it. Heather Fuller in the chat saying, "Come on, Liac, what? We already know bullshitters on stream. Heather's going to be here." And then David saying he's watching this and the World Darts Championship. That's why God gave us multiple devices, folks. Make sure to tune in to every dart stream all the time. You can see Lisa has the World Darts Championship on in the background there on her tablet.
She does. Wow. I think this one might be right. Oh, no, she's going to give her a look. Needs a lot of bullseyes here. 4 just a tie, so she really needs 5.
That's a hard spot to put that first dart.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great effort.
Yeah, you have to commend that. That is so hard. And that last dart catches the barrel on the top side. Those are well thrown darts from Liac, and I'm happy to see her back in action after her arm surgery that she had earlier last year. or this year.
Yeah, she made a quick comeback.
As she should. It's the Lisa Yee.
The one and only.
One and only. Winner of this matchup will play either Dave Brewster or Brandon Asado in that next round there. As got a pretty tough little bracket here for Division 6. I mean, I see a couple of different names I know. Brandon Westover, previous CSE participant. You got Harvey Crudup that plays out of all seasons with Christian Broussard. A couple other good names in here. So really cool to see these different tough brackets. And I like how, even though it's not a female event, these females have to play each other all the time, get each other in the second round.
Yeah, in Division 6 too. I mean, that's pretty wild. What are they both? Probably high 3 at this point, and that's Division 6 now. Oof.
Yeah, Division 6 is actually the average range of 3.799 to 3.873.
Gross.
Disgusting is actually the correct term.
Yeah. So JC Martinez beat Jamie Kopp and will be playing Ram next. So in Division 1, that matchup will be coming up.
That's going to be a pretty good one there.
And then Meredith is up 1-0 here, correct? It was game 1?
That is right. Yep.
If I remember right, Meredith is a pretty big fan of the 19, so I'm expecting minimum 7.
She's going to expect that too. She might not like the placement there. She's a very self-paced player. If anything, you and Murph definitely share that in common, right? I mean, you guys will take times. If you need to take a break in between your darts, you will. How is it playing with a rhythm like that? That's not as like up, throw your first dart and then 2 and 3 like that.
I am not used to playing with someone like me, so I don't know how the two of us would gel as partners. Obviously, I'd take a cut at it just because she's such a riot as a, on the line and around darts. I could just see it not being taken super seriously. But my partners are usually pretty rapid throwers, so I'm the one that slows everything down. And I'm not as bad as I used to be. I think you'll be happy with the pace now. It's sped up quite a bit.
Well, but I just remember those early CSC days where we were streaming. And sometimes you would take down to like 5 seconds left on the timer, and then there's a dog running through the bar at some point, and all the chaos in the world. You had some of the most chaotic matches in CSC history.
Oh, I was going to mention a lot of the time it was because I would get set and something would very badly distract me, such as a dog running in front of me or right behind me and barking.
I can't believe you played the match like that. I would have taken the dog and punted it. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm an animal lover for the record.
The dog was my favorite person in the bar that night. It was everyone else that was all over the place.
Funnily enough, the barking wasn't from the dog.
Right.
Oh boy.
Lisa has a chance.
Yeah, she's in good controlling position this leg so far. She can really kind of shut this out if she gets these 18s, but seems to be falling short here.
Yeah, had a chance to really grab a hold of this leg, but looks like she's going to open it back up for Meredith to take a cut at it. And she missed the previous round, so chance for a reprieve here.
Lisa, of course, one of those names. We did like a wish list of names we want to see in the WCS, especially now that it's singles. Obviously, one of those names where you expect to see her in the next go around of it. Is there anybody that isn't playing in the WCS that you wish was playing in it, Brandon?
I think we have a who's who of darts mostly. The only names I can think of are some that don't play a lot of soft tip. Paula, those types of names. But hopefully one day there will be a young lady or two from the Omaha area that might be suiting up to play it.
Yeah, like Scott Dunway, probably, Donnie Holden maybe.
Right. I thought we were talking about the WCS.
Yeah. Do you see?
We'll see how that progression goes.
Ryan O'Flynn saying my biggest one, I agree. Taylor Thaxton, absolutely would love to see her in the mix here. And in fact, she was supposed to play nationals, and she just barely missed the signups. You know what? I'll give her a little bit of credit. She is a newbie to PPD, so I'll give her some credit. Don't let it happen again, Miss Faxon. Mike Bates in the chat saying, "Go Lisa," tuning in, owner of Bull Shooters here in Arizona. What's going on, good sir? Oh, Lisa hit him with the two-step. Look at that, the two-step.
Get it. Well, just full disclosure, I'm sitting here because I tried to sign up at 5:12 p.m.
Well, okay, so you also know better. I'm
I'm a
happy that
newbie. What do
worked
you
out
want?
this way. I needed a good quality commentator, and let's be honest, no Sean, no Will. This is a massive upgrade.
I think it's the best one so far, honestly.
Yeah, this is the dream team. Oh, I love that from Lisa. Walking the dog across the board there, grabs the corner pocket, touches the bowl, and then onto the 15. That's the same way I shoot. If I'm well ahead and I don't need to immediately grab that 15, and I'm just trying to lock the leg away, I love going for that 16 to bowl to 15 or vice versa transition.
Yeah, I do too. And my reasoning for it, I will go bowl early a lot if I have a little bit of a lead because of the chance of a fallout if I miss. And
Well,
not
on
to
top of
mention
it,
it's across the board. It's like recoil, natural recoil across the board.
and you look at the steel tip players, in general, they are big fans of once you have the 17 closed to grab the bulls, because that's very common in steel tip cricket.
Yep.
So it's one of those things where you have to be comfortable knowing that that could be a possibility, because a lot of times people get really uncomfortable when the bulls get taken away too early.
They do. It throws off a natural progression and rhythm of the game. And I like grabbing the bull early. I do it all the time in league. Not quite as much in a tournament because the few times I have tried it, it comes back to bite me. They tend to go back to back 9 marks when they know that I'm kind of being a smart aleck and trying to close the bull early. They really make you pay at my level.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you're going to shoot it, you better hit it. That's for sure.
Yeah, then it still might hurt, if they go back to back 9s and you don't after that, then they're like, yeah, how's that bull working out for you now?
How
Now you
about
need
them
it.
apples?
Yeah.
Well, 1-1 here, so that means we're going to be going into our count up to see who wins the diddle. By the way, I'm watching Ram play JC Martinez in the background, and he just went back to back 9 marks. How annoying.
Yeah, with 3 in the bed follows that up with a white horse. That's just
JC
not
Martinez
fair.
is not throwing bad. By the way, it's so disgusting what we're seeing in the background here. Oh man, going into diddle, of course, it is that 3 dart count up. It's going to be a combination of all 3 of your darts, and the highest scoring round in it does get to go first. It is split bull on there as well. See, Lisa scored 100. Meredith's going to need to go single 20, trip 20. Bullseye is going to be your target line shot here, or just trip, make it easy.
Yeah, I was going to say I would go trip. If I miss one of the first 2, then bull 3rd dart.
And now you bowl. Here we go to the middle, and nails it.
Great shot.
That is a great shot. Is Jax Bartlett in the chat saying in the King C match for Division 7. So he's going to be playing either Lane Vocal, Ryan Crawley, or Rob LeClaire in that seat match. Congratulations, young gun Bartlett, 14 years old, and kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, I've played against him decent amount recently, and I've seen him play on boards next to me in EDC events, the Booyah Cup qualifier, some different online events that he's really stepping up. Over a 4 now, I think, at 14.
Yeah. I took a leg off him. We were 1-1. We were playing that tie-breaking leg, and I had to go back and commentate. So we're just gonna say it was a draw. I'm just gonna leave it at that because he probably would have won.
You pulled the internet cord, didn't you?
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. As Meredith McGee gets a boom, goes the dynamite to start off our tie-breaking leg, and Lisa E's going to try to return to sender on the 19s here.
Just a touch high. She's going to need at least 1 triple to really stay within arm's length. Just the 1. And we mentioned how much Meredith enjoys the 19, so I'm assuming she's probably going to be aggressive and go right after it.
Yeah, as she should. She found the first 20s with ease. She gave herself that cushion. She walked the dog, tried to get to the 17 there. And don't need to go back to point. Just, yep, she stayed down, tried to grab those 17s again.
Yeah, it looked like she might have gotten a little quick on that last start. I couldn't exactly see, but it did, for her rhythm, it did look like it was a little quick.
Yeah, she's super mechanical in her throw, so she takes her time with every bit of it. As I believe JC Martinez now just threw back-to-back 9 marks in that match. I promise you guys, we'll see some more Division 1 later on. It's just some crazy stuff going on in the background here.
Yeah, and Lisa has given Meredith a chance to pretty much shut the door on this leg pretty early. They are taking turns tattooing the 333 at the moment, but
yeah, 17s must be broken today.
3 is one of my favorite numbers on the board. It's my second favorite next to the 444. 7 out of 10 darts that I throw at the 18 land in the 444. So
yeah, I either nail the trip 18 or I'm nailing the trip 4, and I never hit singles on either one, it feels.
Yeah, same here. So my petition to eliminate the 444 from the dartboard is out there if anybody would like to join me.
I'll agree with that. I'll allow it. We can get rid of it. Give my permission. As you see all over the top side of that bed, just not able to find it. A millimeters difference there.
Yeah, she had it completely blocked. Unfortunate. That's 2 or 3 times now where I've seen her go at least 2 darts, 1 hole.
Murph doing a little bit of walk off because that dart obviously left her hand funny. 19s were already closed, was not intending to go for that. And they're now collecting the 2 big singles here. But misses again. Lisa Yee needs to take one of these chances here. This is the second or third time now where she's kind of can capitalize on a miss from Murph to make up for the 9 mark start she had.
Yeah, and she's grouping so well that if she just gets that first dart in there, good shot. A couple are going to follow it.
You're pretty smart.
Oh, good call. I thought I called it there for a second.
That's still pretty good. You get points. You get points for that.
But she has been grouping exceptionally well. So if she can get that first dart in there, she's going to make a good run today.
Well, what's cool when you see players like Lisa Yee is that she is a very fiery, engaged individual in her match, but she's also really good at keeping her shoulders relaxed, keeping lighthearted and still laughing and joking while being fired up. It's hard to stay engaged and also relaxed. It's easy to be engaged and too amped up. It's easy to be too relaxed and not engaged. She seems to find that middle ground, which keeps her in the leg no matter what the situation is, pretty much at all times.
She does balance that extraordinarily well. I've always been in awe of that. She always seems relaxed and just like you said, shoulders back, will interact with people that are standing behind the board, and then she'll turn around and boom, lock it in.
And right now, I think she has a parlay in the World Darts Championship. She's locked in on the iPad a little bit here.
I think that's helping her with the pressure and not thinking about what she's doing so much. Just turn around, see what I have to hit, and hit it.
And not a bad way to go about it. There's a good shot there from Meredith McGee, taking advantage of those 20s, and Lisa's just praying for an opportunity to go ahead and get those out of there. She's lighting him up.
Yeah, Lisa was knocking on the door there for a second, so that was a big round, Meredith, to back her off away from it.
Jack Sparlow asking, King seat for every division is race 4, correct? Yes, that's actually one of my favorite things about the PPD. The format stays the same regardless of your division. There's no confusion there. You just follow the same rules. Every seat match is a race to 4 there. Do you see Steve Hilger, who will be commentating Saturday and Sunday? Saturday with a special guest star we have not announced yet. And Sunday with a not so special guest star, Sean Green. Appreciate you hanging out in here. I know you're probably working away, so appreciate you. And then Ashley Roberts saying, hi friends, sad I couldn't play this weekend, but thank you as always for streaming. Appreciate you tuning in and hanging out with us here.
Yeah, viewership is going up, interactions are great, so keep those coming. Say hi to us.
Ooh, Lisi, a frustration dart at the 20s there. Was trying to pound them away after the two missed starts at the 16s there. I understand the frustration and wanting to grab them, but if you felt like you couldn't find the 16, the 15 is probably the better switch there.
I think she might have felt a little bit of a block because she threw the first dart. Second dart felt like it hit that same dart. But if you're going to do that, I would go 15 as opposed to the 20 to try to grab a number, and now it's too late.
Yeah, Meredith pretty much closing up the door on this one as right now it's a absolute battle to see if Ram's going to make it to that seat match against JC Martinez on our other streamed matchup we have set up here. We're keeping our eyes on for what we're going to. Meredith McGee needs 3 pulls though to send this one away and continue on the winner's side of the bracket here.
Yeah, and if I saw that correctly, she popped another 19 on her first dart. It looks like she might have pulled that a little bit and then went trip 15, trip 16. So great recovery both times that she's pulled one.
Yeah, I mean, having a bone separated in your hand can't make it super, super easy to throw the darts.
Yeah.
Lisa's keeping it interesting here just in case Murph hits a nothing sandwich.
It won't have game shot, but we'll be able to put a lot of pressure if Meredith misses, which she ends the drama immediately.
She said, I ain't going to miss nothing. What are you talking about?
Someone is going to be very upset to see Lisa in the one loss bracket.
You know, agreed, but that's just the nature of the beast here, right? I mean, we're looking at some really tough opponents, playing some really tough matchups here. As we're going to go ahead and actually get a look at a different pace of play since that match did finish. JC Martinez did best Ram Guevara there. So fortunately, we will not be able to follow him to the seat match. What instead we will get is a Division 36 matchup here. This is going to be Ashton, Grebner, probably, and Janelle Worthington.
Is that Grebner?
Yes, maybe. That sounds better than what I said.
Catches a big triple there. Kind of has control of the leg. Grebner.
Yeah. Is it Grebner? Am I Ron Burgundy? Oh, look at that.
No, has a chance to take the lead here.
Will Stewart saying hello from the Alley Pally Media Room. Well, that's just a flex.
Wow,
hey, how's
what
it
a
going,
flex.
Buddy? Absolutely incredible. Thank you all for tuning in. Trasser saying, or Tracer saying, USA Darts and PDC Worlds at the same time. I'll take it. Solid Friday. Hey, appreciate you. Jeremiah Miller saying JCB Ram, what average did they shoot? I saw in leg 2 they both shot a 4.8 and a 4.7, but leg number 1 they were both above a 5. I did not see the averages for leg 3 though.
Leg 3 would have been ridiculous because I saw at least 3.9 marks, probably 4. So I'm sure it was a barn burner there toward the end.
It certainly was. I mean, it's Ram Guevara, JC Martinez, you know? what else do you want? It's basically, it triples the show.
Right. Yeah, and I did kind of circle that one when I saw those two on a crash course for each other in that bracket. Now we're going to have Tyler Weehee and JC for the eating seat, right? Yep.
Yeah, that should be a great matchup there as well. Unfortunately, where JC's playing at today is having some camera issues, so we will not be able to watch that seat match, but we still have players in that are at streaming locations. Ram Guevara is still in, as well as I know Brett Hollanday is still fighting along, Mike Scarboro, so hopefully we'll get and Christian Brizard and John Pilgrim as well. So we have a couple different guys there, and maybe we'll get a chance to see it. But the best part about PPD Nationals is that it's for everybody. This is really the stream where we cover every single division. This Division 36 following the Division 6 match.
Right. Yeah, and Ashton's throwing really solid. She has a great strategy. Went for the close. got one, went back to the point on her last dart, putting pressure on Janelle to really put in a good round here, which she
Yeah.
does.
And it's going to be interesting watching this because like this isn't the lower, this is one of the like lower half levels, right? Division 36 is a 2.216 to a 2.266, a 0.01 difference between these players. And it's going to be absolutely crazy to see because the strategy changes a lot when you're looking at this level of play versus other levels.
It is, and that was a huge round by Janelle. Grabbed 16 points, closed the number where she was up, what, 3 or 4 points? And now she's taking control of this leg.
In a blink of an eye. That's how much things can change because the difference is you expect when you're watching these divisions 1 through 10 players that a 9 mark can happen at any point. And while you should still always play with that mentality because that'll keep you in safer positions overall when playing darts, frankly, when you hit a big shot, it can if it was well timed, it can completely win you a leg at a level like this, right? Especially when we get down to like some of the Division 40 matches and stuff like that, where it's the like 1.3s, 1.4s, 1.5s playing. Anybody can hit a 9 mark. It's just about finding the right timing and preparing yourself in case your opponent does as well.
Yeah, and in this case, I mean, it was a 4 mark. A well timed 4 or 5 mark can really shut the door on a match.
I'm gonna go ahead and try to shut the door on this one. It's tripping me out having other player throw so close to the stream board right there.
Oh,
I keep thinking,
I was actually, yeah, that's what I was doing. I was like, wait a minute, is she throwing?
I was like, how does that work?
Okay, so it looks like it's 1-0 Janelle, right?
That is correct. It is funny when you're playing, like, there's a sense of like a sense of team when you're playing at a bar and you're all cheering for each other at the same place. It feels like it's like your guys against everybody else, and then all of a sudden you've been like cheering for each other, and then you play each other. And PPD Nationals, that can happen sometimes. I've even seen it where even though you can play on the same board, if you're in the same bar, they still choose to play remote because that's how they've been playing the whole day. And no one wants to move off their given board. It gets crazy.
Yep. The only other alternative is you both go to a neutral board. You never want to say like, "Oh, I'll just come over and play on your board."
See, I just tell people, darts is darts. I don't care what board are we playing on.
Yeah, true. I always like the in-person factor. If you run across someone in your bar in the tournament, just play them there. But some people, like you said, they're the creatures of habit. That's kind of how dart players are, and they want to stay where they are and continue doing what they were doing. That's completely understandable too.
The funniest thing about it though, and I've seen this happen, is when you're playing remote matches all day and it's just you and other people playing remote matches, typically people cheer a little bit louder, get a little bit noisier, and vocalize a lot more than they do if they were in an in-person tournament. And sometimes it's easy to forget, oh crap, I'm playing someone in person now, and you just start yelling or going over the top, like, what the heck, man?
Yeah, and I have been guilty of that. For a few years, if you predominantly play remote, and like you said, you can be a little bit more animated and louder, and then you start playing on in person again. You're like, whoa, I have to cool it here. I can't be yelling after every dart.
Yeah, it's easy to live and die on that adrenaline, that's for sure.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you do a lot of dying on it because it can spike and fall off quickly.
Yeah,
I like the
absolutely.
strategy here.
That's why I try to balance it out with Red Bull. I have a high energy all the time, and then when I start feeling it low, I just drink Red Bull and hope for the best and tell my heart to hold on strong.
I was going to say your heart, your poor heart.
It's okay. I balance it out with Big Macs when I'm done.
Oh, okay. Then you're fine.
They have lettuce in there.
It's basically a salad.
Yeah, it's basically a salad. It's a cheeseburger salad.
Yeah. Now, this leg is very interesting. Well, Ashton's make it less interesting by the minute, but we had one player that was behind in points, but had a couple of zones, and Ashton did a good job of closing those, but it's 2 18s to bring it within 40. So she's 39 down now.
The big thing here is Janelle wants to get this done 2 straight. You don't want this to go to the distance, especially with how close everyone's average is, because it really just matters so much more the diddle, right? And the diddle's less important when you're looking at Division 36 versus Division 1, because again, that expectation of firepower is different, but it's still relevant, right? I want to have the first look at the 20s at the start of the game. I don't want this to go the full distance. If I can break the throw here and just get it done 2 straight, I'm going to be happy as a clam. If clams get happy, I don't know how clams work.
Clams are ecstatic, number one. Number two, you're right. It's a really good point. When all the competition is so close at skill level, anytime you get a bit of daylight and you get a little bit of an advantage, you have to pounce on it, because everything is so close that advantage can flip in the blink of an eye, which you're kind of seeing it again here. Great 2 mark. Good grouping there. She's put herself back in the driver's seat. Now we're going to have at least a 5 mark for Janelle to take the lead. Oh, she took a cut at it, which I'm impressed with.
Yeah, it's interesting to see when the players show their aggression. For instance, when you're looking at a divisional match like this, the fact is that a lot more times than not, roundouts happen because it closes and expected as often, right? If you're averaging 2.2 marks per round, that means if you need 3 marks to close, you're closing 1 in 5 times successfully,
right,
on average. If you need 3 individual marks, so therefore taking a close early on, trying to let them gamble on taking your close and playing for the roundout sometimes is a valid play.
Big 5 mark right there. And I think we're going into round 12. I thought it was 13 already, but either way, we're over halfway done. So we might see what we will see a lot in these lower level matches is where they'll just lock in and just ride it out till round 20 and just, stand in the middle of the ring, throw point punches at each other, and whoever comes out on top comes out on top.
Do you see fodder in the chat? Finn, aka Sean Green's prior student, saying, "Let's go, darts fans! Winter break is here. I tuned in the second I could." Let's go, Finn. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you, captain of our YouTube chat. Jason Watt, the bearded dark guy, saying, "How do I get involved in the PPD, Nick?" Well, I don't have the spiel memorized like Sean Green does, but let me tell you, if you want to get involved in PPD, you just go over to dartstoc.com. Once you're there, there's the "Where Can I Play" section of there. You can find your nearest PPD board near you. From there, you go over to that league grid, sign up for a dart league there. They have leagues 7 nights a week. You can sign up at your favorite bar as long as your vendor's a part of that PPD program. From there, getting into qualified tournaments like PPD Nationals is as easy as playing 1 night of league a week or playing even our daily remote tournaments we offer, and much, much more. Find out more going to dartstoc.com.
And Jason, if you have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. I'll get you there. I think you can probably figure it out, though.
You're just saying that because you're a big fan of his and you just want his autograph.
I am. I have my BDG starter kit on my face right now.
Yeah, it's better than how my starter kit's going.
It takes a while. I was probably early 30s before the patches grew in.
Well, I'm still in my late 20s, so I still got a little bit of time before I learn how to grow a beard then.
Couple more Red Bulls and Big Macs. You'll be there.
That's it. Or I won't if I keep doing that. I don't know.
Oh, you might not ever make it there. Is that what you're saying? That's pretty dark, man.
Oh, Janelle needed 1 more 15 to get the close there. 417 plays 417. This is absolutely going down to the wire here. And who knows? Are we going to see a round out here? It could potentially be happening.
I was going to say, they're getting close. That was
round 17, we're on round 17 now. Oh, pop the 15 here. This is a big single. Doesn't get it.
Oh. I like the look. A 4 mark in this level is big. That's going to be hard to top, especially when she doesn't have any marks on the 16. So it would require triple.
But then Ashton just gives the favor right back there. Janelle now needs to, after hitting this 15, I'm going to that 16 and I'm playing the last set of darts I have. You have right now 1 dart in hand plus 6 more remaining left to point. If I'm Ashton here, there's an argument to close to the 16s and just try to get a 4 bulls on the next go and not get yourself mathematically eliminated.
I would agree that I would have gone 16 there and try to hit 4 bulls the next round. And typically for Janelle, last round, I would have said go bull. But with it being as late in the game as it is, you're going to need those 16 points the next round.
Well, and Janelle there didn't even shoot her own 16, didn't take advantage of it. We're in round 20. Ashton did need in this turn here 3 bulls to win. So Janelle does end up winning the leg there, but that was a huge risk that didn't need to be taken.
Absolutely. She actually had, I would say, game shot, but she had a chance to take the lead there and still going to get it done. And that's a 2-0.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting to see some potential C matches come up here. So we're going to be keeping our eye out on that, as there should be some good ones coming up here in not too long of time. We're going to go right back over to Casey Hayes and Lisa Yee. Game number 2, Lisa Yee winning game number 1 here, up 1-0, and we're on to 501 here.
An actual 501 game. Is this game 2?
Yeah, game 2.
Yeah. Okay. So Lisa got game 1. Hopefully she heard us say triple 12 for the fans earlier.
Yeah, hopefully she was taking notes. I mean, let's be honest. Don't listen to anything we say. That's the first piece of advice. Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes out here, seeing what matches are coming up. It looks like Gravar and Nick East is just about to get started. They're just now getting into the diddle here, so we'll probably jump over to that one after. Do appreciate you guys keeping up with the fact that we're just jumping around like crazy. That's what it's like in PPD Nationals. As update here, Mike Scarboro did get eliminated, lost to Brett Hollanday in that last chance bracket, so he is now out of the running here for today.
And Casey is putting in quite the leg. Now, she threw a ton the round before and then just put in a hat trick to leave herself an out. But with Lisa not on an out, maybe she'll just throw it to bull. I wouldn't.
Yeah, Casey. I think he should probably have rocked the bulls there. He did start that first start upstairs. Just because I don't know. I mean, he's good enough to be able to take out a 174, but I think he only getting a 102 is not low enough to be super comfortable, especially if Lisa pops a hat trick here. How about a high ton for Lisa?
Better. I was gonna say the 102 is not an ideal out anyway. It's not a realistic 2-dart out. It's not one that you would want to throw anyway. And now
you're going bull 2 bull here every time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the risk. And that now Lisa Yee handing out some potential punishment here. Trip 19. She just hit it. It's open out. 2 big singles. Oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that. I can't believe that.
Oh no, it looked like it kind of wrapped around that dart and bounced into the 7.
Yeah, she chose to go single rather than kind of popping that double 19 there, which is advisable, don't get me wrong, but unfortunate how it worked out. Trip 10, single 17 here does get it, so it's 1-1. Textbook.
Assuming he was throwing single 15 and sailed it a little high, but it equals 0.
Maybe he was going for like a trip 15 single 2. He's feeling crazy with it.
They're right next door to each other.
Anything's possible when you're playing PPD.
Right. This is going to be a big cork.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, considering how close their matchup was in the 0-1 leg, and I imagine the cricket leg as well, we're in for a show here.
Standard ton for the cork, so we'll see the same thing we saw in Lisa's other match, but she'll be the one doing it this time. throw it to triple, and if she hits triple single or single triple, we'll see her hopefully go for the bull.
Oh, now you have to go trip. She switched, yeah. She did not like the look upstairs there. By the way, they were Ram Guevara and Nick East were in the diddle when we saw the start of this 0-1 leg. They're already halfway through the 0-1 leg. That's how fast that went.
I didn't even get a chance to look over there yet.
Yeah, neither did Nick East, it seems, as Ram Guevara kind of steamrolled. And of course, we're keeping a lookout to see if we can get some king seat and queen seat, respectively, matches your guys' way. As, of course, Sean Green will be here in just a little bit's time to hang out, but he wanted to slack off here.
Yeah, and actually work.
Yeah. Actually, he's probably still at school teaching. Actually, on his way back from school teaching right now, I would have to imagine.
Casey starts out with a big open, 6 mark into the 20. And Lisa's going to answer right back with that. Oh, nope. 6 mark plays 6 mark in the first round. Casey's going to want to put in some points, and he does right away. Takes a cut at the 19. 2 cuts at it. Nice.
Yeah, a little bit of an aggressive play there, but I don't mind it. And Lisa needs 4 now on the 19s to get the point lead. And even if she does get it after 2 darts, it's not necessarily advisable to take the look. It's a little bit riskier now. She does still take it on the wire. Nothing wrong with the throw there. As Ram Guevara, by the way, just threw a 12 darter to go ahead and knock out Nick East to the last chance bracket, or as Meredith McGee calls it, the super loser bracket.
Super losers. Yep, I like that one. I like the close there on the 19. Having an X on it, you pretty much made your decision for your next round when you threw 2 singles. So got that out of the way. Now Lisa's going to return the favor. And we start over with an 11-point deficit.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset here. Lisa's doing a good job of going against the darts, but Casey's been doing a good job of just dictating pace and finding that first dart trip. And it's so crucial if you're tripping on your middle dart, that's fine. But if you're tripping on your first dart, you get so many more options of everything. And if you're tripping on your last dart, well, maybe you're just feeling good, you know? It's as easy as that sometimes.
Yeah, and he has hit a triple every round so far in this game. I did notice he went for the 17 on his last start with a 7-point lead. So interesting.
Must be confident. That's the only way you can play that.
Yeah. And maybe the darts were sitting in a certain way where he didn't feel comfortable throwing at it again. It makes sense too. And Lisa's hitting on 1 dot both sides of the wire. Finishes with a 1 mark. And now Casey has a lot of options. Didn't really take advantage there like I would have liked to have seen. Definitely leaves the door open for Lisa, and she hits a big first dart triple. I'd like to see her go for the close right here, which looks like she did. Oh, big shot. Takes control of the final leg with a big 7 mark. Now the pressure's back on Casey.
Yeah, good stuff there from Lisa. And Casey playing that aggressive strategy, still going for it there, and then switches to 15 last. But Lisa Yee, Cobra combo on the corner pockets to be able to have that advantage going into the bowl.
Yeah, that was another interesting play. This late in the leg. Oh,
I don't think she realized her 17s were closed.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Either way, she grabbed another zone, which is big.
Yeah, but left the 5 mark on the table that I don't think she was intending on leaving. It almost goes. Ooh. Or sorry, 7 mark was the shot there.
Yeah. So she's going to come back to the table, hit a big first start triple again. And switches over.
And I like that look there. The fact that she stayed 2 on the 16. You're only going to take 1 dart at most of the 50 there, because if you hit a single 15, it doesn't help you at all in her situation. And she has an X on her number, so she knows she has to play a little bit of defense. Like Casey might pop that here. And he hit a double 8 by accident. He tried to.
I don't like that shot because you're down 28. I'd at least like to buy one more bowl before I close it out. And wow, it's over.
Lisa, put that on the counter, folks. Oh my goodness.
And see, if he'd have hit a single 15 with that previous dart, she might not have taken that look, but she knew she was up over a bull, which gives her a little bit more comfort to go ahead and go for the kill shot. If she's up by 4 points, she might not do that, but being up, or 3 points, but being up 28, I guess it would be 13. But anyway, it's less than a bull. I'm probably going back to point. But if I'm up over a bull, I'm going for the kill shot.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that one there, but she does reign victorious and will continue to fight along here on the one loss side of the bracket as we now have our first seat match of today. Kevin Sheldon, Devin-Heiman going at each other. Leg number 1 here in a race to 4.
What division is this one?
This is going to be Division 21 here. Jacob, I hope you know I don't owe you $5 for the saying because I knew you were in chat and did it for you specifically, my friend. I'll pay my royalties still. I'm sorry. So here we go. Kevin Sheldon playing out the King's Seat Bar and Grill over there in Holiday, Florida, right around that near Tampa area. You can actually see the USF Bulls shirt in the background there. So good to see some Florida guys making the stream. I've met Kevin plenty of times there, rocking that Eclipse Designs jersey.
And we are 1-0, Devin, in a race to 4, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Right. Big 4 mark answered to a 4 mark open. So we are off and running.
Yeah, in that first leg, Devin hit a big shot early on to get a massive jump. This leg looking a little bit more settled. It's going to be a closer affair. This is going to be Division 21, so the average spread is going to be pretty tight here. This is going to be 2.92 to 2.957, and I mean, I would have to say 3.0 is probably one of the most common averages you see a lot of people have. 2.5 to 3.0 is a very common range. These are your journeyman of darts to the truest sense.
True, and those are the ones where a well-timed big 6 or 7 mark is going to become a little more common. So you'll see a lot of that flipping of the game and flipping of control late in a leg. It's going to make for great drama.
I love drama. That's actually like my whole shtick. Just like I'm here for the drama, the beef. We can start rumors about some of these players if you want. We can be the drama today.
Ooh, I probably know some tea on some of these players, so let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say you might actually just still know it. I've been out of the loop a little bit now as I'm enjoying my retirement from playing. I'll be honest. I get the itch to play so badly, but then I go out and throw and realize I haven't been practicing and realize I'm going to go back to enjoying my retirement streaming still.
Yeah, when you have taken some time off and you want to play and you expect to be at that same level, and then you get hit with the reality check and you think about how much work it's going to take to get back there, I could see how you might just come back to commentating and streaming.
Yeah, well, because if not, you and I would basically have to swap. Because let's be honest, when I stopped playing, you got better. We were pretty close there for a hot minute. I'm just saying.
Well, not too far in the recent past, you had creeped up over a 4 again.
Yeah, just for a little hot flash there. But then I can tell you, I just signed up for a new PPD Dart League. So I went over to dartstoc.com and I've been playing with my dad again. And the first 3 weeks have not been a 4. I can tell you that much. The drops back.
Nowhere to go but up from here, right?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I've been enjoying playing with my dad, especially because of just like everything with life and everything. It's nice to be able to get away and play for a little bit because I'm going to have to knock out this league pretty quick though. I'm going to be gone for almost all of January, traveling to different dart events.
Yeah. And Kevin hits a huge 7 mark to pretty much put this game away. It's going to take a special effort from Devin to get back into this one. Yeah. It's going to be tough.
Jacob saying, who are you joined by today, Nick? I see that I didn't get a call, sad face. Well, first off, I still love you. And second off, Sean Green, I forgot he was going to be late today. So that's kind of on me. He's supposed to be here. And of course, the wonderful, the beautiful, the sexy Brandon Neal joining me as well.
And you said that just in time where I have to step away for a minute.
Yeah, you're going to have to go pick up those kiddos, right?
Yep, I have to go be a parent and an adult for 10 minutes or so, and then I'll come back to my fantasy world.
All right, let me know how being an adult is. I haven't tried it yet.
Ugh, it's awful. I wouldn't recommend it.
All right, well, Brandon Neal will be back with us shortly here. Sean Green on his way over should be hopping on here next few minutes. So I guess you guys are joined by me today on the mic.
All right, I'll see you shortly.
All righty, sounds good, buddy. Going on here, Kevin Sheldon needs 1 bowl and 20 points to go ahead and get to the win here. There's the 1 bowl. There's the 20 points and extra credit there, making this 1 apiece in this race to 4, folks. As let me go ahead and update that. It said race to 2 on the scoreboard. I was lying to all of you. I do love that. That's my favorite pastime, is lying. And then we got Chris Trend in the chat saying aloha. Well, aloha, my friend. How's it going? Great to see you tuning in. We got your monster friend tuning in tomorrow. We got Porky on the mic Saturday and Sunday. And Tony saying, Nick, did you play a team out of Mickey's Bar in PA on Wednesday? I did. I talked with oh my goodness. I'm blanking on the team's name right now. I'm looking at my messenger. I'm cheating real quick. Hold on. Pause. Wait a second. Wait for it. Just hold on. David Miser, and I also played his partner Tony as well. Tony Northrup. That's it. I was blanking out. But yeah, I had a good time there. They're new to the PPD, if I'm not mistaken. So it was really cool to watch and play against them. I was definitely not in top form, but it was very fun to have a good match against them. Had some good checkouts in 0-1 there. And then the Hamas saying, been watching since it started. Well, hello, welcome in. And welcome again, I guess would probably be the more correct term there. And then on YouTube, we have another comment. I have Patty Power going on the TV and USA Darts going on the tablet. Well, we appreciate that very much, folks. And thank you all for tuning in. Let us know where you are watching from. We always like to see where you guys are tuning in from. And if you guys have any questions, it's the Nick Teixeira Q&A section of the show, I guess. You can see right now, Kevin Sheldon had pretty firm control of this leg. Finds the trip 17 on the last as well. Great shot there indeed. Paul saying, watching from San Antonio. Well, I actually heard a rumor that San Antonio is getting their own bullshooter stop for the regional tour there. So super cool. I'm excited to check out San Antonio for the first time. And Devin had pretty firm control of that first leg here, but Kevin's done well ever since. He's going to continue to try to fight along here and show why he is on the stream board today. Yeah, tuning in from Rawlins, Wyoming. And then, yes, sir, coming soon. Can't wait. Yeah, I'm excited to be out there. Heck Shooter US saying, hello from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Would have been playing today, but life happened and couldn't get signed up in time. Thank you for streaming. Well, hey, at least you can hang out with us and enjoy the fun times in the meantime. And next time, we'll see you on the stream, hopefully. Looking forward to it. Tyler Holmes saying, watching while working, driving smart, meh. There you go. What he said. 3 bowls here for Kevin Sheldon on the return, and some points going to be needed, as that was a great 5-bowl round there. Brandon Neal saying, watching from my truck in Omaha. Great commentary so far. What a slacker. just leaves. That's what the problem is when you pull these professional players into the commentary, but they just think they can get up and go and be a responsible parent and pick up their kids from school whenever they want. I mean, how dare they? We got Jacob Armstrong, the Lost Boys, tuning in from good old Ogden, Utah. Hey, I'm happy to see you guys back up and going with the live stream, by the way. I did want to say that. Been missing you guys on the stream there, so really cool to see you guys up and going. Corey watching from Denver, Trent Adams watching from Pierre, South Dakota, and Stephanie Hoover watching from Fargo, North Dakota. Hey, I seen a movie about that place. As Kevin Sheldon takes the first advantage for himself in this matchup here. A 2-1 lead in this race to 4. We got a lot of other matches, divisions, and action going on right now. This is actually the only seat match playing at one of our streaming bars that I can see right now. So it's really cool that we were able to catch this. Devin's going to need to settle in here and play like how he did in the first leg. And you can see he actually kind of throws his hips a little bit forward when he throws with his stance there. It's kind of hard when you do that because your shoulder is not going to be as lined up with the bull when you're kind of moving your body weight like that. Sheldon a little bit more traditional here. You can see he leans forward and has his body turned towards the board there and has kind of a little bit of a double clutch with his dart throw there. Walter Jenkins tuning in saying, watching from across the pond in England. Well, hey, considering the competition of dart show we got going on over there, happy to have you in here hanging out with us as well. Stephanie saying the movie's not even close. Yeah, that's fair. I also haven't actually seen Fargo. That was a lie. I don't know why I lied. I was just trying to impress you guys. Over 209 of you guys tuning in across all 4 of our platforms, though, does mean a lot to us here at the PPD and USA Darts alike. As we just want to have fun bringing you the action, covering different levels. I mean, we got to see some Division 1 action, Division 21. We saw Division 36. We have Divisions 1 through 43 in potential range of us being able to cover today. Kevin going to try to get the point lead going here. Starting down the 19s. Needs to work his way up into that trip here. He's only up 17, and he takes a swing on that last start. Now, if we were commentating a 4+ versus a 4+, a 5+ versus a 5+, we call that switch up to the 20 there. Take advantage and get rid of the high ground. That makes sense when you're having a high expectation in triple. If you're a 3-0 versus a 3-0, the safer dart is where the better single is. A single 20 did nothing there. A single 19 helps out with the point differential. Would have preferred him to stay down there. Grabs the 6 mark there, and you can see he's very, very emotive with his style of play there. He has a lot of body language going on, but that's one of the cool things about playing remote matchups like this. Jacob saying, I might see us in a grand board tourney tonight, the Lost Boys, that is. That'd be pretty cool. Love to see that. I played my one and done. I won my one and only ever grand board tournament, and now I'm retired as world champion of grand board. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. You see Kevin staying up there again. After that first start hit the trip 4, I'm going down and tripping the 19 until I consider going back up. You're playing with fire, keeping it this close because a 3 marks all the opponent needs. Single 18 and 2 19s. Went for the double 3 there and did not get the close. Was trying to get the double 19, of course. David Straub asking, how can I join the comms? I can give some insight on my teammate Devin. Well, hey, any insight you have, let us know in the comments here. Of course, if we get this question a lot. How do I get involved with darts commentary? The answer is you got to make some darts content. You know, we get out there. We're working on a training program to see if, or a testing interview program to try to get new darts commentators in because all my darts commentators keep leaving me. But jokes aside, the best thing I can advise anybody that wants to get into darts commentary is to just build up a resume, right? Build up a little bit of portfolio, make some darts content, you know, go and record yourself reacting to a match and have it on mute that you haven't heard the commentary of or that you haven't seen the match play out. Kevin making a very interesting decision there, going for the 17s before securing his own point lead there. He's playing this very, very aggressive. I don't hate that because he's up 2-1. But gosh, it is very, very risky. Well, like for instance, we have Jacob Armstrong in chat, right? The reason we need to recruit him is he has Lost Boy Darts. We've seen him stream over there. You don't have to necessarily be a streamer to get into darts commentary, but my resume was literally I made 400 or 500 videos of me playing Minecraft commentating by myself for years, and that was how I got into dart streaming. That is where that experience came from. So try to go out there and make some contents, send us some clips and stuff. If you ever do make a piece of content, tag me, tag Will, tag USA Darts. We watch darts content all the time. That's literally our job. We'd be happy to get some fresh blood in the mix, because God knows we get tired and want to play every now and again. Kevin Sheldon finds a 5 mark there. This is getting very, very hairy here. Kevin, if he gets the 3-1 lead, it's going to be ecstatic at the position. You believe we have another seat match just about getting started here. I think it's Lane Liac, Larry Rungi going on. Not mistaken. Yeah, that is going to be the seat match in Division 10, which will probably be the one we get after this, depending on how timing of everything works out there. Kevin Sheldon needs 3 bulls to pin this one away, but because it's so close for comfort, he has to be careful now. It's only a 17-point difference between these two. 4 bulls would be the return shot for Devin here. Tim Goodwin saying, "Whoa, how selfish. What are you talking about? Me, selfish? Never." Dude saying best way to make commentary content to send in. Again, make it type of content. Like I said, one of the easiest ways you can do it is find a match that you haven't seen before and just have a live reaction to it. Have yourself actually practice like as if you were live commentating it. As long as it's something you haven't seen before, it's basically the same thing. You can record yourself literally sometimes as easy as recording yourself on your phone doing it, and just showing the match that you're looking at in the background there. Or if you are a little bit more techie, record yourself on the computer doing it. Or just make content that you wouldn't mind posting. As far as for sending it in, post it on Facebook and YouTube. Occasionally you can send it in to us directly, but the best way is to get it known out there, because then you're not only getting our feedback, but you're getting the feedback of everybody else. It's good to start challenging yourself in those ways. I had talked with another gentleman earlier, and I said, hey, if you want to get in the mix, start building up that portfolio. And the person then went on and started making a bunch of reels and videos of themselves playing darts and making different types of content. And that's what people look for, because let's be honest, this is an art, not a science. There's no definitive way it could be like, you are qualified for this job. There's people I've picked for this job that I'm like, oh, I thought they'd be a shoo-in, and then they didn't like it. And then there's people that I wasn't sure how they were going to do that did amazing. For myself, I did terrible for the longest time until I kept doing it. Evan here, one more bull. 1-1 on the bulls here. Someone has to hit it. Devin does, makes it a 2-2 situation in a game where I feel like if Kevin had changed his shot selection a little bit, might have been 3-1 his favor pretty handedly. I don't know if his strategy is the main reason it came back to him or not, but it's definitely a little bit of a squirrely situation there, and he's going to have to keep himself settled and take advantage of this leg and not think about the fact that he would have been on match point. This is Division 21 King Seat matchup that we are looking at here, folks. Do appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out around. See, they're going back and forth there in the 20s and 19s early on this leg. Of course, you want the advantage of winning the seat here. With the triple dip format, winning the seat is so important. It is so hard to triple dip. Unless I'm in the seat, then it feels like every team that I'm playing against finds it to be the easiest thing ever, and they kick my butt. I've been triple dipped as much as I've triple dipped other teams before. Let me tell you, it's a little way more fun to triple dip someone else than it is to get triple dipped. So winning that seat there is important because then you have to lose 2 best of 3s and a single game. Oh, Kevin frustrated there. He didn't hit the return shot on the 19 like he wanted to after finding that first start at the 20. But again, he's only playing with a 5-point differential there. He's playing it very close for comfort. Devin does a good job pushing off and getting 80 points on the turn here. But now Devin's going to have another opportunity. Or excuse me, I read that backwards. Kevin got 80 points there, push off a little bit. Give himself a little bit more breathing room. Make it less pressure per dart. That's my goal. I want to make my job as easy as possible when I'm throwing. I'm kind of lazy. So give me an extra cushion on the point lead. Give me the extra house so I don't have to worry as much. Like, I want to take the pressure off the shot. Like right there, he finds a trip 20 in the first start. He should just go ahead and stay for one more trip 20, follow the momentum. Because if he hits a single 19, it doesn't help. And there, that dart doesn't help at all. He's going back up anyways. Well, you already found the trip 20 on the first. If you just stay up there for 2, you had a higher chance of finding that same dart because of the muscle memory. Fun facts with Nick Teixeira, folks. Let us know in chat. What's your guys' favorite number on the dartboard for cricket? What's your favorite cricket number, chat? We all have one. Are you classic, diehard? I like the 20s the best. So are you one of those weird people that like the 18s the best? That's the incorrect one to like. Me personally, chat, my favorite one is 17s. Big 17s guy. We got 17, 18, 19. We got LY and then Logan corrected. Huge 17 guy over here. Yeah, me too. I think it's very common for like Florida. A lot of people like the 17s. I call it the Kenny Doyle effect. He's a big 17s guy, and I feel like a lot of people just have learned to shoot them. Got Thomas saying 17, Shaggy saying 19s, and then Joe saying unfortunately 16. Hey, 16s and 15s are where games are won and lost a lot of the time. Nothing wrong there. Drew says 19s cork and start the match. That's a crazy take. If you're doing the 3-dart count up cork, starting the 19s is so risky unless you're going second and you're a 3-dart. 3 darts of the 19 make up the difference. It's a little risky there, but I like where your head's at. New America on YouTube saying 17s, and then Drew saying, then again, it changes every day. Just just never those stupid 20s. Hey, let's get you on the steel board for a little bit here. We'll get those 20s in shape. William Baker saying 5 or 1 is my best. Bold choice, Cotton. Abe Smith loving the corners. Yeah, 16s and 15s are like the most fair weather for me. I'm either absolutely obliterating them and there's no worries in my mind, or I am going to throw the worst of worst blocker darts that's ever been blocked before, and I have to switch to throwing it off angle or switching to a different number. What's nice about like the 15s and 16s is I feel like they're easier to stack your dart up on compared to like, let's say like the 18s. It's easier to go high and kind of block yourself a little bit, but I don't know. It's all personal preference at the end of the day. Stupid 888, says Abe Smith. I appreciate all you guys being super active and hanging around with us. Who's excited for doubles tomorrow? We got the bonus pool money, $50,000+ getting given out there. It's a lot of money, a lot of action going on. I'm looking forward to seeing every bit of it. I've been trying to find those 18s. Down 2 points, has to stay, but that bed's covered, and I would have moved a little bit there. He threw directly in. You saw it caught right onto the flights and flung right over to the left there. Brittany Keller saying, I don't know what my favorite is, but I can say it's definitely not the 17s or 15s. Yeah, the right side of the board, we don't want those guys anyways. Get them out of here. Kevin's still trying to find it. You can see he's a motive player. He lives with his emotions on his sleeve. His heart on his sleeve, however. And the problem is he's breaking his own rhythm a lot of times. That first art was well thrown, just went a little bit high and then tried to get himself reset there. It's a hard habit to make, but if you can get yourself settled enough where you're not taking these pauses between throws and just kind of going right at it, it makes a big difference. My opponent has closed the 20s and 19s. I'll go the 17s before 18s any day. I adopt that same strategy there. The handful of times where I don't is only if there's a mathematical reason to not, but preferential wise, I do the same shot there. Which is funny because the objective best shot if your opponent has the 20s and 19s is to go 18s there, but it's just a comfort. The number that you're most comfortable shooting at is always going to be the ones that you hit the best. Whether it's you're most comfortable on trip 9 or trip 17 or trip 20, doesn't matter. Devin finds a 5 there. Having pretty firm control, and Kevin's going to be kicking himself. He should, in his head, he's probably thinking, I should be 3-1 up right now. I should be 3-1 up. And now he might be 3-2 down here and going against it. He's down 3 numbers. He basically needs a bet on the 15s and some help from his opponent. This is a frustrating spot to find yourself in, and you have to have the memory of a goldfish and can just keep on swimming. Devin does get this late close up there. Trip 15 double bowl. Absolutely wonderful shot there, and now has the advantage, but we are pretty much set here to potentially go the distance. We'll see. Kevin's going to try to tie it up to send it to a last leg decider. David saying, unpopular opinion, I love taking out double 12 mainly because of the ice band. I don't think that's too crazy. I think double 12 route is a pretty common one. For me, I'm a big double 12 and double 14 guy. My favorite doubles always 16s. Pretty much left side of the board doubles I will go out of my way to set myself up for. It's the people that go out of their way to set up the double 10, double 15, double 13 that absolutely I'm like, come on, like unless you're Luke Littler setting up the double 10 or double 15, what you doing? Devin does find a 6 mark on the open here. Kevin's kind of blocked himself out of that triple bed. Almost got that dart underneath. There was a wall thrown dart in the last. The Heiman here can go ahead and take advantage. Finds a trip 20 on the transition. He's definitely catching a hot streak here. And see, but there, he goes to the 18. Single 18 on that last start doesn't really help you, assuming that Kevin's going to try to close those 18s as well. I would have gone back to the 19s there and added a little extra points. Because if Kevin hits a 4 mark here, he has the point lead back. In this case, he did not, but he certainly wanted to. You gotta give him points. And there you can see he did choose to start 19s this time, and he stays there. So maybe he's listening to me on a delay. Maybe he has his headphones in, and he's saying, this is what Nick Teixeira says. I want to do it here and now. Oh, I think we got the return of the one, the only, the Brandon Neal. How's it going? How was picking up the kids?
Picking them up was great. Traffic was terrible. Break. You sounded great on your own.
Oh, thanks. Years of playing Minecraft and commentating it by myself. That's the real answer. If you ever tuned into the real Nickman 98's YouTube channel, you'll know. The real ones know. I hate that I said the real URL. I didn't have to do that. I keep it public. I have no shame. I have a lot of shame, but I have no shame. Yeah.
While I was gone, I did see a very aggressive strategy. In that case, did not work out. So what are we? 3-2 Devin, right?
Yeah, exactly. Both these players showing signs of aggressiveness, but Kevin was very much too aggressive, and it kind of came back to get him there. And Devin's in a position to potentially win this 4-2 now, when Kevin realistically should be up 3-1.
It does feel that he has been in form. I won't say more in form, but very in form and should be a little bit closer than it currently is. But Devin seems to be running away with it.
Well, and I think Devin, because he was very dominant in that first leg, and then Kevin found the next two. When you're playing race to 4, there's a lot more ebbs and flows compared to, the rest of the matches you play where it's best of 3s. You would get that as a CSC player, I would imagine.
Yeah, in the shorter format, you have to come out hot and stay hot. Race to 4 gives you a little bit of a chance to come back from a down leg. All right, so Evan has an opportunity to fight his way back into this leg. They need a big round. Have a blocker dart on that first one. Let's find the second one. Big 5 mark right there. Had to have it. I know it's not what you wanted, but had to have it. Bare minimum right there.
Sorry to everyone in chat. I forgot I had Brandon muted to you guys till just now. So now Brandon Neal's joining us. Hello. Sorry about that rookie.
Well, luckily I hadn't said anything yet, I hadn't been sitting here talking for 5 minutes straight. But hey.
But who's counting? Well, it is a pleasure to have you in here, man. It's always fun to have someone that still plays the game on the mic giving their insights,
Well, I'm happy to be here. I thought we might need a little bit of expert, quote unquote, opinion. That's a pretty loose term for me, but
you're an expert in my book. You were like one of the first players I ever got a chance to commentate over back in the original CSC. Pretty sure.
I remember that. I think that might have been that first match because no one from around here knew who you all were, and I was like, I met all of them. They're really cool, actually. Yeah, nobody believed me for a long time.
I remember commentating the ones pre-COVID too, where I remember Jacob Mott was like the untouchable guy there for a little bit back then, and we had the women's CSC, the original women's CSC with like Sharon Sontag, Kelly Mears, and everybody. And it was a different beast. I remember that was the first time I commentated like Travis Wilkinson at that time, Cody Drager, all those guys.
Yeah, Dennis Sandin.
Oh yeah.
Willie Walker, they were all in that first season. I think the first match I played Scott Hanish, I want to say.
Yep. Scott Hanish was still playing the program at that time. Well, it does look like Devin does recover after a 2-1 deficit, ends up winning out from there, 3 on the spin. And now we're getting a good matchup here of Larry Rungi, Lane Liac, and their seat match for Division 10.
So speaking of shoulder surgery, Larry is an Omaha guy, so he is recovering from shoulder surgery and looks like that he's making a pretty good recovery.
Yeah, currently up 2-1 in this Race to 4 series right here, if I'm not mistaken. We are tuning partway through. I was trying my best to keep track of the scoreline in the background there. That's the one thing that's really hard about the seat matches is if we're not actively watching, it's hard to know the exact scoreline. But I'm pretty sure it's 2-1 in favor of Larry at the moment.
Oh, big shot by Larry. Known him for a little over 20 years. Played together and against each other for a couple of decades now, so pretty familiar with his game. And I think everyone's pretty familiar with Lane at the moment. She has really been flying up the ranks. Meteoric rise almost seems to someone that wasn't familiar with her before.
Yeah, well, especially with the fact that she comes from a dart family, right? The Liacs, as Larry goes ahead and hits a...
Boom goes the dynamite.
There it is. There it is. He got there.
I thought you were going to do it, so.
I was trying to throw you one. But once Sean gets here, neither of us get to say it. So.
That's right. You know what? When he gets here, I might just take the first one.
You should
establish my dominance.
Absolutely try to snipe it from him. But no, Lane, like coming from the Liac family, and let me tell you, they're all very talented dart players. It's nice when you have a family that can help push you to grow your own game. And then on top of that, I mean, she's been playing. She's young, but she has 10 years of experience because she was a youth player.
Wow. I wish I had that. And I believe, is it Russ? Is one of the
Russ
family
Liac,
members? Yep. Yeah, I've seen his name and played against him several times. So, yeah, familiar with him at least. And now, obviously, familiar with her. Like I said, she has really gotten good recently.
Yeah, the Blue Bonnet has been up to some damage here. I met her at the Houston Bull Shooter last year for the first time. The same Bull Shooter where Derek Hinkle and Johnny Lackey played doubles together, and Derek Hinkle hit a 9-darter to save the match and go to the seat match. I remember that very vividly, and I remember Lane and Christy Davis playing their finals. It was a late night there, and they were absolutely throwing some fireworks.
Yeah, I remember watching that. That was a explosive weekend of darts, that's for sure. I am noticing Lane's form. It's her arm motion is almost picture perfect. She has a little bit of a push off on her back foot, but that is, if you want someone to model a throw after, that is a really good one.
Wholeheartedly agree there. There is basically, other than that little push off you mentioned, almost no notes, and that's a very minor note at that, right? It is incredible, her form. It has the looks and it has the sauce too. I mean, we've seen her light up the board time and time again.
Yeah, the result does match the form in this case, and she is just running up against the red hot Larry at the moment, and he can get up into the mid to high fours. Like I said, he's recovering from surgery at the moment, so he's on his way back up, but looks like he's most of the way there.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, he's been in pretty firm control, up now 3-1 in this matchup here, as we can see a comment in here as Devin-Heiman tunes in and says the viewers deserved a better match than what I just threw. LOL. I don't know about that. You guys had a good battle and it was fun watching you guys play, and you got the dub there over my Florida guy, so congrats on you. Good stuff there.
Yeah, when you realize you're on stream, you always feel like you played worse than you actually did.
Yeah, and it's also the one of my favorite parts about Nationals though is that unlike the CSC or something like that, where you're going to be on the stream board, that everyone's watching that. It's a little bit harder to know that you're going to be on the stream. You know that there's a chance, but you don't know that you're the one on stream that moment unless someone tells you.
I was going to say, if you're in a dart bar, the odds of someone having the stream pulled up is pretty high, and you'll hear the little whispers and people will start coming over to watch. You can pretty much figure it out if they don't tell you. A lot of times they'll be like, you're on stream. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to hear right now.
In the middle of battle. Yeah.
That's like your misnomers of things not to say to friends playing in a dart match is don't tell them they're on stream if they don't know, right. And don't tell them their bracket position unless they asked. Yep. Because and then finally don't tell them payouts unless they asked. Those are all things that I've seen mess up some people's heads.
Yep. I had an instance the other day where I was obviously aware. It's like a pitcher being aware that they have a no-hitter going, but my league partner mentioned to me that I was on a perfect game and promptly jinxed that right out of existence.
Oh, that's funny. It's like, oh man, they're both on 9s. That's like the one time that call actually works. It will never happen again. If you know someone says it, it's the biggest jinx in the world. I'm not like a superstitious person, but man, there's some certain jinxing in darts for sure.
I was going to say, I'm not necessarily either, but the numbers would tell a different story. It just happens so often.
Devin saying, I casually had the stream up, didn't expect to show up, made my debut. Well, hey, congratulations, my man. You got the seat. You're in good position. Kevin Sheldon's going to want to try to get back an opportunity to play you again. Hopefully you weren't listening to the commentary while playing. That's my biggest recommendation there, especially because I was by myself and acting crazy. And Brittany Keller says, sometimes they just put you up on the TV. So that's what real friends are for. You don't need enemies with friends like that.
Oh, I was going to say, that'd be brutal, having to watch yourself on a delay. Oh.
Unless it's you. Everyone wants to see Brandon Neal on the TV.
Except for Brandon Neal. He's the only one that doesn't want to see him, apparently, because I would hate that.
Oh, Stephanie Neal and I disagree.
Well, from the two of you, that checks out.
Yeah, that math works itself out there, doesn't it?
Hi, Mike. He is one that listens to commentary while he plays. He's a madman.
Yeah, everything about Maloney's a madman, for sure. Just don't do what he does, except for all the things he does.
Like, whatever his dart routine is, yeah.
Yeah, throw darts like him. Maybe throw a little less doubles than him. I am personally an advocate for the Maloney double, but only some of them. Like, no one should shoot a double 17. No one shoots that in real life unless they absolutely have to. So why would you do it here? But like double 16, double 18, I'm not going to argue as much.
True. Double 17 is only to be thrown if you're at 34 with one dart left. And why would you be there? So take it off the board.
Yeah, get it out of here. How do the bracket pools work? If you win, you get a cut. That's a great question from Cody. So the bonus pools work by your position in the all-star ranking list. So where you sit in that top 1,000, that's based entirely off participation through things like DRTs, league play, and major PPD tournaments. From there, where you're sitting, if you're in the top 100 to like 1 to 101, I believe is how that would work. You're eligible for, I believe that's the $10,000 pool, and then it breaks down there 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your bonus pool is just based off of your participation in the program. If you win on Saturday, the Super Saturday doubles, you get a share of that prize money. So across, I believe there's going to be 40 brackets tomorrow. If across those 40 brackets, you're the only winner of that $10,000 share, well, you get all $10,000. If there's 10 winners, you get $1,000. It's just extra money for winning on top of the normal payouts that they already have for that prize position. It's 15K now. Is that right? That's right. Wow. Things have changed since the last time I played. Last time I played in a PPD Nationals would have been 5 years ago now, because I've been streaming them for the last 3.
Wow. Doesn't seem like that long.
Well, I've been streaming with PPD for 3 years now. Sorry, I guess the last time I would have played would have been 4 years ago. It would have been the Stay Safe tournament that they were doing during COVID. Would have been the last time I played in a Nationals. And I played a couple All-Star triples in 2021 before I started streaming those as well. So it's been a little bit. No, and I'm qualified. I get asked to play all the time. Meredith McGee asked me to play doubles. She said we're basically the same average, and I would have taken that in a heartbeat. But someone's got to work.
Yeah, always got to work on dart days.
It's also, let's be honest, I have a way better chance of making money being paid to stream than I do playing in the tournament.
Same here.
I did make the finals.
Although tomorrow.
Yeah, no,
what?
tomorrow you got it. I made the finals once with bonus money in the bonus pools. I won a seat match and then proceeded to absolutely choke and lose in the triple dip because I knew how much money I was playing for. And this is before I was 21, so I wasn't drinking either. And I felt every bit of those nerves.
Yeah. Well, in this format, it's not as uncommon as people might think to at least get 2 out of the 3 dipped on you. Because if you win the king seat, you're waiting, just by the nature of the bracket. And I'm not saying it doesn't run fast, because it runs extremely efficiently. But you do have to wait a couple of matches to complete. And whoever you end up playing in the finals is the hottest person coming out of that bracket. So they are playing currently the best in the entire tournament. That's likely to continue into the finals. You haven't played in 45 minutes. It's a recipe for get that advantage flipped quickly.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. As again, I took that L on the chin all those years ago. The worst part about that, I don't know if you ever heard me say this story, but the worst part about losing that was not like I lost out on the money, because it's nice, but like obviously I didn't expect to win that money in the first place, so it's like not the end of the world. Until my partner, who was a very well-off individual, says, I would have let you keep all the bonus pool money. You wouldn't have had to split that with me,
no.
right? And I was like, why would you say that? He said it after, at least, but still, why would you say it at all? I wouldn't have hit him. He's still a good friend, barely.
To me, that makes it worse. Ooh, that's a big shot. So previous round, Larry was up 99 points, had 3 bulls, and he went trip 19 first start. But now Lane comes up and hits 2 doubles, and Larry makes it all for naught as he smooth strokes a double first start, and that is it. I see the thumbs up. So Larry Rungi will win the king seat. Lane will go to the 1-loss bracket.
Apologies, as I just finished setting up our next match here. But yeah, tough run for Lane there. Larry was definitely in form, as we're getting our 3rd seed match. We're getting lucky. We were about to go to commercial break here, in anticipation for the one, the only, the Sean Green to join in. But Sean's going to have to wait here for a minute, because we got one more seat match to cover before heading to our first commercial break of today, as we got AA Ron taking on our dartboard here, going up against Jamie Picota. Yeah, I got there. I can do it every now and again. I can pronounce things. Not well. This is a seat match for Division 41. So strap in, folks. We're going to be in for a little bit of a longer affair, but a very cool look at some different players that don't always get to see on the stream board. You can see Tyler Hensey still trying to get his time in the limelight anyways, waving a single hand at the camera.
So Jamie is out of the Cedar Rapids, Iowa area. Familiar with her, seen her at a lot of regional events, gotten to know her fairly decently. She can get hot as well. So not familiar with Aaron, but to be in this position also has to be thrown pretty well. See Jamie throwing 2 20s there, and Aaron's going to need to put in some work on the 16. Might look at closing the 20 here given the situation, but it is round 15, so keep that in mind.
This is Division 41 matchup, like we said, 1.838 to a 1.905. So very, very tight spread.
Jamie's being aggressive, trying to close the 16 in round 16, I believe. That might hurt.
Yeah, this is a little close for comfort if I'm either one of these players. I'm trying to get as many points as I can possible, trying to get away from this whole situation. I'm frankly feeling every bit of the pressure in this first leg, because it's about getting that first leg on the board, especially at this level and whatnot. It makes you feel so much more comfortable throughout the rest of the final, because the hardest leg to play is either the first one or the last one to get over the line there. We see match point anxiety happen to plenty of players here. So getting that first leg on the board, giving yourself a little bit of a push off, makes all the difference.
It does. And if you win the first one, it takes a lot of the pressure off to not even play that decider.
Well, this is 26-point difference here. I want Jamie to just be hitting trip 20s. It's round 18.
Looks like she might have taken one cut at the bull and then bailed to the 20. So smart, but we're 2 bulls and a 20 away from. Ooh, really close. Not going to happen this leg or this round.
Yeah, I kind of almost wish Aaron would have just taken one dart at the single 20 there. It's a tough situation, but he's within striking distance of one bull. It did not matter, though. So here we go. Aaron can win it right here with 1 bull and 120. It's round 19. He has 6 darts remaining. Jamie has 3 darts remaining.
Oh, he went for it.
He needs to find at least Oh, and he gave up on the 20. You have to just commit to getting that close there or commit to getting the bull lead first. You have to commit to one of the two. This could be
Agreed. I
costly.
would have loved to have seen that 20 go away because, like you said, he would have 3 darts at a bull, assuming that she doesn't, obviously she can get a hat trick to win the game. But
She does add one bull there. That's a very important dart to hit. 41 point difference now. So now 2 bulls on a single 20 is needed.
it'll have to be a
We'll
double.
not get it here.
Oh. Whew. I got a little close there at the end.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be quite the showing from these players. It seems like it's going to be a squirrely affair. It does look like Jamie does get that first leg on the board there. So, do you think Sean Green just hates us?
I am not sure. I think that he's feeling the pressure, knowing that he's going to have to commentate with us,
Yeah, that's right. He's nervous.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's okay. We'll teach him the ropes, one dart at a time. Someone has to.
Yeah, we'll get him there. He might have a future in this after all if with our tutelage.
I like the use of tutelage there. Big fan of that word.
No, thank you. I'll write that down to use again later.
Favorite toot related word. Sorry, sometimes not all my jokes are funny.
So I see in level or division 33, Stephanie Neal gets a W in the 2-loss bracket.
Oh, she's on the run?
Yeah. Win number 1 of a run to the finals.
Hey, you got to start winning somewhere.
Or win the first one.
And she beat the crap out of that bye.
Did get that W.
Yeah, she got 2 dubs. We'll count it. We count it.
Yeah. Given she was on a 2-match losing streak, that one was close.
But hey, it's about that first one. I played with Meredith at COC before, and when her and we lost 2 straight, Meredith looks at me and says, why is it that all my partners keep winning except when they play with me? I took that personally, and then we proceeded to go after 2 straight losses all the way to the 3rd place position. So anything can happen. That's the whole point of the last chance bracket. Is it's your last chance. If you lose a best of 3 on the winner's side, a best of 3 on the loser side, and a last chance game, it just wasn't your day.
It wasn't meant to be today. Yeah, just take it on the chin and go make sure that you do the opposite the next day, right?
Exactly.
She just gets another W, so 2-match winning streak now.
Well, she is on fire. How's it feel having Stephanie kind of take the reins, play a lot darts more, get her own sponsorships? I mean, how's it feel watching your significant other play after I would presume it was her watching you for the longest time?
Yeah, it is. It's a unique experience being a professional dart player's spouse. But I love it. I love being a cheerleader for her. She obviously is a very high energy player, just like I am. So it's a great fit, and we feed off of each other energy wise. So I hope she makes a really deep run right here.
I think she agrees with that. Now, Aaron, no doubts in his mind about this leg so far, up 4 numbers.
Yeah, it seemed like that he started a run toward the end of that game and started warming up, got past that, like you said, that first leg jitters, and he's really settled in now and he's ready to make a statement.
I believe I know someone else looking to make a statement.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How's everybody doing? We doing all right?
We are doing fantastic now. How are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here finally in the spot. It was a long drive home, but I'm ready to go.
Me too. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. It's been a while.
Like a couple hours at least.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you on, Sean. And Brandon, it's fun calling some games with you. Chat literally goes, Josie Johnson, oh no, not this guy. And Will Stewart says, go home. I'm going to work on some stuff in the background and leave it to the professionals here. Sean Green and Brandon Neal on the comms.
Yeah, you see how quickly he got out of there, Brandon?
Yep. Part-timer.
It's good to see you, buddy. You doing all right?
I am doing great. Having a great time this afternoon watching some king seat matches, and as expected, they're playing fantastic, the best in their brackets. So, yeah, excited to commentate with you a little bit. How are you?
I'm good, buddy. It's good to be here. Long day of school, but I am officially on winter break. So, if I start slurring my speech like halfway through the night, you just know that it's just because I'm celebrating.
That makes total sense.
I'm just kidding. I won't.
Whatever respect teachers get, it's not enough.
Oh, I had this is actually one of my favorite gifts I've received so far from a kid. He had to get this approved the day before, but his mom bought all of his teachers a bottle of wine, and we had to pick it up from the principal's office after school today because otherwise it would not have been legal. And
Right.
on the front, they changed the label to say, "I know our kids probably force you to drink, so you might as well have a free one on us."
Yes, that's legendary. Actually, that's a good idea. I might have to try that because I know that my kids are causing some evening beverages for sure.
Yeah, well, all kids do that. To be fair, typically my own kids make me do it more than someone else's kids, so I'll take that.
That's very true. And you don't have anyone to buy you anything other than yourself for them, right?
Exactly. Like, could not be closer to the truth there, my friend. Let's take a look here. Leg number 2 in play. This is a king seat match, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Correct. Yep. So it'll be race to 4. And it is Division 41. Jamie Picota and Aaron-Athman.
Is it Picota or Picota? I'm going to guess Picota.
Picota. Only
Is it
know
Picota?
that because I know them. Yep.
Well, then I'm going to take your word for it, of course. And AA though is dominating this leg. Speaking of drinking,
he is. The last leg went the distance.
Okay.
It was a nail biter. Came down to the difference of a bull and a 20 with the X on it, and Jamie escaped. And he is making a statement, pointing up 100. So, really wanting to put this one out of reach.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird trip 19 there, or pointing with only 2 bulls needed, but because your opponent does have the bulls, and maybe it's taking you a little bit to get down to the finish and get those bulls handled last time up, you can totally see why I don't agree with it here at all. Just
Very
win the leg.
surprising.
just win the leg, man.
And if you want points as a backup, you have 3 numbers to fall out into.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like he's wasting the first 2 darts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I was thinking the last time he did that, it seems like maybe he struggled on the bull a little bit, so he's trying to, compensate with a big point lead. But see, there you go. Went for the bull, got a 19. That's the idea, not the other way around.
Exactly. You can fall out into those numbers nice and easily. But I will say this, it is good to see the switch from him there. Like, all right, he's made his point a little bit. It's time to really do this. How about 40 some divisions? Like,
Yeah,
what is up with that today? Holy goodness, man.
Yeah, 43 divisions. So I did the math earlier. I can't remember, but it's got to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 players.
That's
on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah, so singles payouts total is $44,590 just in singles. The total payouts for the entire weekend is $242,370, with 1,924 players participating.
Wow, almost 2,000 total participants. That's crazy.
For online weekend PPD Nationals. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, for a quarterly tournament to get 700 players on a Friday afternoon when people have to work, right? So it is enough money for people to take off work to play in most cases. That's saying
Oh,
something.
I love it. It's really cool to see the growth that we're experiencing in PPD leagues and PPD remote play. Just from when Nick, Will, and I, got started a few years ago in this to where it is now is pretty cool. And there he goes, gets the leg done. 1-1 score line, race to 4 in the king seat, correct?
Yes.
All right.
So Jamie will lead us off on leg 3. And I believe she has hit a single 20 and a double 20 to close or point in the past 2 attempts. And I jinxed her right out of that. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Big trip. It was the one you didn't say.
Right. And I'm not a very superstitious person, but the more I do this, the more that I believe that the jinx commentator curse is a real thing.
It's funny because no one remembers when you call it correctly.
True.
And everyone remembers when you call it incorrectly. Especially when you mostly call it incorrectly, I've learned. And Danny Baggis has learned as well. So even quote unquote the best of them can make some mistakes,
Yeah, I'm 50-50 on the day for big calls, for bold predictions. I try to stay away from them because I learned pretty quickly that it makes you feel, at least, it might not look that way, but it makes me feel really dumb to call it wrong. And Jamie is just going to put in a triple around here and put this game away quick.
Yeah, huge lead to start off with for Jamie. Would you agree that because Aaron does struggle on the bowls a little bit, that it is more important for him to get out in front with a big lead point wise before he even gets to that moment? So right now, Jamie's got to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and he's really got to be feeling the pressure because, like you said, it's taking a zone away, basically, where others might consider the bull a possibility to come back on. You can definitely tell he didn't have that confidence level right now, so he's really got to put his foot on the gas and make a comeback, and I feel like he's feeling that and pressing a little bit. Yeah.
Let's talk about Aaron's throw because it's very quick take back, very quick follow through. Obviously, you have one of the smoothest shots in the game, and I think that you pride yourself on having that. Even though it's left-handed, it still looks good. What would you say to him to potentially just get a little bit more consistency?
He needs to slow down that backswing a little bit as he's taking it back toward his face or shoulder or whatever. With it being that fast, it's hard to replicate. It's hard to get that muscle memory to be exactly the same, which is the main thing you need in this game, is to do the exact same thing over and over. When you're doing it that rapidly, it's almost impossible to replicate.
Yeah, and I think about even like the really fast throwers in the game, the top, like a Danny Lobby, right? His take back is still relatively slow compared to just how fast he just gets rid of the darts. Same thing, Ricky Evans, even though it's real compact, he still takes his time to make sure it gets back to the same spot every time before he fires it forward. So I think you're spot on there. The take back, if it's just slowed down just even a little bit to be a little bit more consistent with it, would help a lot.
Yeah, it should be slower coming back than moving forward, and his is pretty much same speed, and it's just hard to replicate, hard to be accurate.
Well, if you think of it like a golf swing, right? If you see someone take it back as quick as they're going to bring it through, you're like, oh God, this is going to be a long day.
Yeah, they're going to be all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah. That being said, for how rapid and quick it is, if he followed through, I think a little bit more consistently as well, he could maybe get away with the rapid take back. But he's also following through so quickly and releasing at different points that it's making it hard for him to do that too.
Reed's inconsistency. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I'm gonna pay attention to his follow through a little bit here and see if there's anything.
Like, it kind of cuts it off.
Yep, it does. And yeah, they were in different spots. Every follow through was a different spot. Now, if he slowed down that take back a little bit, I think that it would take care of a lot of that. But there's just so much motion so quickly that your brain and your muscles can't talk to each other enough to replicate it.
And you can almost see he's more accurate when it is just a touch slower.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate to harp on it the whole time, but if he looks back on this, right, no matter what happens here, he could end up winning this. Well, probably 4-2 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It probably won't be 4-1 with Jamie just dominating right now on the board. But if he comes back and wins this 4-2, he can still get something from it.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and that's what I was hoping. And this isn't anything against him. This is I say those things. Hopefully he does hear it. And obviously, Aaron, if you have any other questions later, feel free to reach out. I love providing that feedback. I do it all the time locally. So Jamie's putting in a leg here.
Yeah, she is throwing very well in this one. Looking great. And the reason why I'm talking about it with you is because it's not every day I get an actual, experienced dart player who knows what they're talking about as my co-commentator. Usually it's Will. So I'll definitely take it anytime I can.
That's fair. Well, I appreciate that. And you are right. I do put a lot of thought and, practice into the form because, again, the less motion and the less variable you have in your throw, the more consistency you're going to have. Now, if I put a little bit more repetition into it these days, yeah, I would. My name would be further up the list than it is, but there are other priorities.
Well, also with your throw, if you have a dog running around chasing stuff at the same time that you're throwing, you tend to actually be a little bit better as a dart player too. It's kind of impressive.
Well, it's because I have that at home. We have 3 dogs, a cat, 2 kids, and I know you've met my wife. So all of that chaos going on.
It's definitely probably the one that's running around the most.
The most. And definitely the loudest out of the group, right?
I do want to say
Go ahead.
It's been really cool to watch her grow as a dart player over the last year and a half from fan to player and playing really well at this point. It's got to be cool to have on your end too. From my perspective, my wife is better than me at darts. She always has been. She's a national champion and stuff like that. So that's always been part of my household. Is it cool to kind of see that take shape a little bit?
It is, and it is something that I'm still getting used to. And I'll fully admit I'm watching her bracket on the other monitor. She is playing right now, and I'm not. So she gets to play on Friday, and I'm at home with the kids commentating. So she's making a run, and I have really embraced that role of cheerleader. We match energies. I'm sure you've noticed she has that high energy screaming and just like I do. So it's fun to watch. It's almost like I'm playing. Yeah, it's a different dynamic and one that I'm really embracing. So hopefully she continues this run this afternoon.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you also feel when they lose a little bit too. It's tough because I'll equate it to watching, friends play overseas the World Dart Championship, right? It's almost embarrassing when it's on while I'm in class because my real fandom and energy comes out of positivity and negativity when it happens, and I just can't help it. It's just gonna happen that way.
Yep.
And yeah, so I can only imagine what you're going through right this second watching just the bracket.
Yeah, I've tried to do it quietly. Every time it updates and she wins, I get one of these. Yeah, but I don't say anything.
Yep.
So
No, you should definitely celebrate it every time.
yeah, and you're right. You do feel those losses also, and being a player, playing in some of the things that I've played in and having very public, humiliating losses on stream, you do feel what they feel, and I know, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. The only thing to heal that is time, and the next time out. That's the hardest part. Is trying to help with the losses and realizing there's nothing I can do. That's going to hurt. And it's supposed
How
to,
about
right?
Yeah, exactly. It absolutely should. 100%. Let's give a huge shout out real quick. Dominic Teixeira is sitting in the king seat of Division 27. And that is just exciting stuff. That I get to yell out that Dominic Teixeira is in Division 27, but he is in the king seat, and that's what matters most.
Let's go. Great job.
Wait, I tuned out for a while there. Did my dad do good?
In Division 27, I have to remind you of that. He is in the king seat.
Yo, let's go, Papa Dukes. Anyway, sorry, I'm going back to work now, but I just heard my name and I was like, wait, they're not talking about this Dominic. They're talking about the other one.
The
No, I would never
the dart
talk
player.
Dominic. That's
Dominic. Did he mute me?
The
Is that what
Division
happened?
20, the Division 27 Dominic.
Yeah. If Nick played
Which,
right
by
now.
the way, means that I would be Division 37 at least.
Well, Division 33 is in the 2-5 range. If that's not crazy enough.
Okay. Maybe Division 29. Maybe Division 30.
There you go.
Which division is this?
This is Division 41.
Woo!
And Jamie is 2-1. Is that right? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yep,
looks like she's going to break. Good chance to break and go up 3-1.
Yeah, possibly. This one's a bit closer than definitely the last leg. Aaron's staying in there a little bit. Again, I also love going to locations and watching the people watch the players play, especially on the live stream board, because they know that they're on a live stream board and that there's a chance that they're on the screen right now. And you know that there's someone who definitely has told them that they're on the stream right now.
Yep.
But this has got to be the first king seat Division 41 we've ever had in the history of this PPD Nationals, right?
True. Yeah, and very likely their first or second time ever being live streamed. And we talked about this earlier, but if it's a dart bar and it looks like that there are several people playing there today, at least one person in that bar has the stream up. So they know.
Yep.
And it only takes a matter of seconds for that to spread throughout the bar, and then people will start congregating over to the streaming board, and somebody's going to let it slip. Not too bad for being on the stream right now. And they're like, what?
Yeah, exactly. Or then you just watch someone randomly come up behind you and start doing the gritty.
Yeah.
Like when they normally just would be away from you.
Yeah,
like the guy in the red sweatshirt there in the background. I love it.
The first time that Stephanie was ever on the stream, I was standing behind her and you guys were talking to me, telling me to do stuff. And as I did it, that is actually how Stephanie found out. She turned around. She was like, what are you doing? Am I on stream? And I was like, oh, crap. Yes.
You're like, no, I'm just dancing for the cameras.
Right, yeah. I dance all the time, honey. You know that.
Now you know that we can see like another view at the same time. So now you can just make up that lie.
Right. True. That's true.
All right. I love it. So Steph won.
Yep.
He did exactly what he said he was going to do. He gave me the motion and everything, which I appreciate. It allows me to shout it out.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. It's different if you do it. And so she went 0-2, and now she's gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 in a row. So she went from gonna get last place to she's in the 6th place match now. So let's go, girl.
2 away from some money.
Yep.
Bringing home some moolah to Papa.
Right. Yeah. Starting her own little dart fund.
There you go. Well, this one's down to the Bulls, which favors Jamie.
I was gonna say she needs 2 to take it out, and we have to favor her at this point, right? It's in round 16. She has the lead. He's gonna need what, 5?
6, I believe. Nope, 5. You're right. I don't even know why I questioned you. Like that's stupid to do. I'm not. Again, I got to remind myself I'm not working with Will.
Yeah, I look at these things fairly regularly.
Weirdly enough, Brandon, I do too. I just don't, remember him. There it is. Jamie does take out leg number 4. 3-1 lead now for Picota. Sorry.
Yeah, she takes a stranglehold. It just feels like her momentum train has started, and his is starting to sputter a little bit. Hopefully, he can turn it around here and make this a match.
Well, he's going to get started in this one. Got to close the 20s to really make yourself feel good on the start. And I can already tell that without there being names on the other board, that is Lane Liac based on the throw.
It is.
At the other location. I couldn't even tell you where that was, although I'm pretty sure I know exactly what location that is. But yeah, just the idea of being able to see the throw is all I need to see from Lane. It's that unique in a good way.
I was going to say, we talked about it earlier as well. The first time I saw her throw today, I was like, wow, that is textbook.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it. Yeah, no notes. Other than she pushes off her back foot just a touch. But if it's the same every time, who cares? That arm motion is not much wrong with it.
It's like Dave Chisnell. If the motion, that was a good last start from Aaron. Big last. Huge steal. It's like Dave Chisnell. If the motion is after the dart's already gone, it doesn't matter.
I can't watch it.
That's awful. But
I feel like he misthrows every time, and it just makes me cringe. I cannot do it. If I see Chizzy throwing, I have to just turn it off. Love him, great player.
Yep.
I some people just can't watch throw, and he's one. It's like watching Jim Furyk swing a golf club. I never could do it.
You didn't like the bubble swing?
It depends on the
good
day.
Old inside out. Yeah. At the same time, though, Fred Couples. I mean, you can watch that swing all day long.
So they have one of the senior majors here. I think it was the U.S. Senior Open that's in Omaha, and I got to see it in person, up close, for 4 hours. Ugh. It is just as smooth as it looks on TV. It's incredible. No glove, no nothing. Just walks up, checks the wind, smooth. Wham! Grip it and rip it.
All right, so I'm gonna make you jealous a little bit here, real quick. I have also seen his throw his swing in person, but it was a practice round at the Masters, and he was playing with Tiger, Phil, and one of the young European guys. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but yeah, they played the back nine of Augusta, and that was the day that my friend won the lottery to get Masters tickets. So
that's incredible.
Listen, you want to talk about the most beautiful place I've ever been to on earth? It is absolutely perfect in every way, shape, or form.
I've heard.
The grass looks fake. The grass almost feels fake. Mm-hmm. Like that's how perfect it is. It's insane. Well, that swing. Ooh.
Yeah. Jealous, yes, but yeah, glad you got to experience that though.
It was cool.
That is probably the third big third dart triple that I've seen Aaron hit in this leg, and it is reflecting where he stands so far.
Yeah, he's saving himself right now with those triples. Definitely when he needs it too. But even when he's missing, it's right there on the wire. I think that last dart or that second dart was at the 16. And there's the first commentator's curse out of you again. with him not getting anything that round. But Logan asking a question. I'm confused. It's 3-1, but they're on game 6. That is true. It is game number 5, and then there is a diddle with 3 dart count up that starts the match, and that counts in the game number. So it's really game number 5 with the diddle showing Jamie won that. So that's why it would say 4-1 on the screen per se.
Can get confusing, especially in a longer format like the CSC, because if you're playing it, you don't have the little game counter at the bottom. So you see, you don't remember who won the cork 2 hours ago. So or an hour ago, I guess, but it can get confusing on what the actual score line is.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Aaron gets that point lead back, stays there for all 3, and I like that move. I don't think you need to hero dart the 16s there, but again, you're leaving Jamie an opportunity, and we've seen her at times be real deadly, but he is jamming out to something at that location. And I'm going to guess something metal, probably.
Probably.
What location is this? You can just look it up on Touch Tunes. What song's playing
True.
at any location. It'd be really cool right now if Nick was doing that, but he's not. There's no way he's doing that. He's actually working on stuff.
Yeah, he's training and yeah.
He's actually working today. It's different than usual.
Right. And you can tell by his stress level.
Yep.
He still performed like a champion. Yeah, I was going to say,
always
performed like a champion while I was gone. So I had to hurry back and save him.
Well, I appreciate you working with me tonight, buddy. It's going to be a great time. I told Nick, because we knew Will was obviously in London, working worlds and stuff, asking all these professional dart players questions. But I just told him, I said, hey, just give me someone that I like. And you know what? He did a pretty darn good job of that by putting you in the seat with me tonight. And of course, only tonight did you really make that work. I have to work with Porky again on Sunday.
I heard.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, sounds like we're each other's favorites then. So I was looking for it. I didn't realize until this morning when we got the message in the little group thing that we were working together. So pleasant surprise for my Friday.
Hey, I'll take it all day. If I'm going to celebrate the end of school with someone, I'll take you in a heartbeat.
That all right, like fun. Same here. We'll finish this out together. We're going to have some bracket deciding matches here coming up, and obviously this one being the king seat. Aaron's kind of taking the lead on this leg, but Jamie's got a starter kit on the 15.
Maybe and it is round 14.
Mm-hmm. And we were talking about this earlier as well, but for people that weren't on here earlier, these averages are so close. I mean, we're talking a 185 to a 187, somewhere in that range. And I'm not saying these two in particular, those are just arbitrary numbers, but the averages are so close that one big round is going to determine the entire leg and match. And it's crazy that we've seen that so far. Everything has been so close. It's just whoever hits at the right time, that good timed big round is going to determine it. So it's fun to watch Breeze drama.
It really does. It's the argument that I get all the time when I would go to tournaments with my company, to the point streaming, and we would go to like Indiana State, and I'd walk up to the desk and be like, just give me whatever. Like, I don't care what level it is. I'm going to go out there and talk to the people, and I'm going to create a storyline anyway. And honestly, sometimes it's more fun watching those lower level matches because it's their first time ever playing on stream. You're watching them handle the pressure for the very first time. And if it's in a big moment, that's even more pressure. They're the ones that are going to have family watching and following along and maybe making some new dart fans out of that have just heard about this weird hobby that their loved one does. And, see the hard work kind of pay off for them in big moments is always cool. And it just seems when we have the big guys that expect to win and that are going for like competitive money and things like that, it's a joy when they win and they feel that, but it's something they've done many times. Versus, it's for the love of darts. They are going out on a Tuesday night because it's league night with their significant other or their buddies. They're going to have a good time. It's the same thing when you go to watch a dart match overseas. You're going for the good time first and the dart second. And if we created that atmosphere over here, I think that we'd sell out some pretty big venues in the same way.
Yeah, agreed. And I also agree that getting to see some of a little bit more variety, because, in the CSC, for example, or Division I here, you pretty much know what they're going to hit before they throw it. They've gotten that good. So to watch a match like Aaron and Jamie, there's a little bit more variety. And like we said, it's that one big round that flips the whole match. And they're not that top level players are not human, but you see that human side. Like you said, you see some of that, like, what? I hit that. Yay. And you don't see that because they're so used to hitting those big darts when they need it. It's almost robotic. And the only thing that makes it really exciting is the dollar amount. They're playing for such big money sometimes that it makes it dramatic. But here, it's just dramatic because, like you said, this is just something that they love and they do a couple times a week, and they're out here.
Yeah, it was a round out.
Okay, so it should be 3-2 now. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought because.
Oh, you're good. No, when the winner thing pops up on the screen, you're like, "What? What's supposed to happen?" Real quick. But yeah, 100%. It just makes it really cool in the moment. Jacob Worthy asking a great question. I know Sean's voice. That's me. How you doing? But who's our second commentator? That is Mr. Brandon Neal. I don't know if you know this, but he is from Omaha, Nebraska. And he's in the booth with us this evening. Happy to have him. BG, yeah, that's exactly. He put not even a look at the bull. Yeah, it's because of it being round 20. There's no reason to. If you're Aaron, you're trying to win it a different way at that point. And he put it out of reach when he hit those 18s.
Yeah, once it gets to that round 15, 16, you kind of married to a number and prepared to ride it out 3 or 4 rounds. It's just not, the risk isn't worth the reward at that point.
Would you agree that a 20-round limit in cricket is something that, because PPD does it, I've never seen it in any other thing that I played in, it is something that you have to get used to?
Oh, yeah, you absolutely do. And there's only one way to learn it, and that is not realizing it, not playing it correctly, and losing when you weren't expecting to. It'll happen to you. And when it does, you will make a note to never let it happen again.
It's like the only time you ever take out freeze when your partner's frozen, right?
Right.
And it doesn't show it up. It doesn't pop up frozen when you're in like tournament mode and you're like, the math is probably fine. Or you don't even look at the math because it doesn't say frozen.
Yeah, it's not
and
up
then
there.
You take it out and then your opponent wins. And it's like, oh.
Yep. Never make that mistake again. That's one you make once. And then from then on out, by like round 8, you're like, what round is it? Okay. All right. We have time.
Yeah, exactly.
Mental note, 3 rounds from now, I'm going to look again.
BH in the chat, button pusher extraordinaire, asking a great question for Motor City Darts. He says, how many rounds do other events allow? So obviously the typical 35 round limit is what I think is the maximum that it will have. And I'm going to be honest with you, most leagues that I've played in like locally, I don't think that they change that at all. I can tell you round out has not been part of my strategy as a league player or anything like that in the past for me. So it wasn't until I started commentating PPD did I finally really try to learn that aspect of it and get that aspect of it taken care of. But from what I've been used to, 25, I think was the like lowest that I had seen up to that point. But yeah, if it's 35 and you got two teams that are just pointing, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people advocate to have that removed. I disagree. One of PPD's, main priorities is efficiency and getting these done, so we're not out here till 3 or 4 in the morning. And if you have a 1-6 playing a 1-8, 1-7 or something like that, and it's for all the money, I'm pointing a lot if it's me. And this could, the king seat or the finals could take hour and a half, 2 hours, and you round 2 match could take an hour to an hour and a half. It could take a while, so it just kind of reduces some of those variables, and I'm a big fan of it.
Scott asking, what is Jamie doing? Skip 2 rounds. I didn't see that, but I don't know if something did happen there. I didn't see anything. Did you see anything?
I didn't. I'm thinking maybe. No, I was going to say maybe referring to a cork, but we haven't corked.
No. And it looks like Aaron, though, is going to maybe match this up 3 apiece. The way this is going so far. Yeah, let us know what you mean, Scott, because we both missed that. When you get enthralled talking to somebody, it also doesn't hurt having Lane Liac playing Jamie DeGroot on the screen over from us as they're getting started in their match over there. I believe it is. I mean, Jamie DeGroot is a former CSC Division 2 player taking on Lane Liac, of course, current WCS player. So that's an awesome battle.
Yeah, they're in Division 6, I believe. So that's going to be a mid-high 3, somewhere in that 3.5, 3.6 range, I believe. Yeah, and they're throwing like it. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, and that's, again, the beautiful thing about PPD Nationals. I know that I have not been able to do it in the past, couple. It's not by not wanting to do it at all. These are some of my favorite things to do, to see those players that we never see play darts, right? That's the fun part, honestly. So, yeah, it's so cool. Division 6, Brandon Asado is in the king seat, and then you got Lisa Yee down there playing for 4th place right now. Right. Like, that's cool. It's cool to see the mixture as well. It does at some point. I know Shay Cole's in Division 2. I don't know how well she performed. She's Cody Willis. It's Miss Griggs' better half is taking on Jordan Meyer in the finals of Division 2 right now. Man, I was really late, wasn't I?
A little bit. Yeah, we held it down. And I was wrong. This the Lane versus Jamie, that's Division 10.
Okay. And yeah, I saw Division 6 and did not see it there, but yeah, I knew that you were pretty much right. And Lane made the king seat or queen seat match of that division. So
right, yeah, the hill
this
match.
Right now is the 3rd place match. Yeah, so this is the 3rd, 4th place match that they're playing over there.
Yep, and we're about to have a decider here.
Yeah, we are.
Level or Division 41.
Yeah, Division 41 is what we're watching right now, currently on our screen. 43 divisions total, and we appreciate everybody in the chat watching along with us. We really appreciate it. Yeah, so Jamie got skipped 2 rounds. She must have had to use the restroom. You could see her running back to the board. Okay. That's tough. And I played in an Iowa Darts triples a few weeks ago, and I'm not a person that needs to do anything. Like, I'm not going to go to the bathroom really ever. Like, I'm the person, like, on a long road trip, never has to stop. I don't know why. It's just how it is for me. I'm the person, like, unless it's to get gas, and even if it's to get gas, I'm not going to go to the bathroom either. So, like, when I'm at a location, same thing. I usually don't leave the board ever. So I had partners, though, my wife being one of them, that she has to use the bathroom constantly, and that's okay. But she got 1 turn skipped, and then our 3rd partner got 1 turn skipped in a very pivotal moment. in the match, but it happens. It happens, and they're now. What you're seeing here is the diddle for the start of the last leg decider.
Yeah, it's split bull, and it's a countdown from 501. Whoever is the lowest, which Jamie does win, so she'll go first in the 5th and final leg. It'll be cricket.
Jack's asking a question in the chat. That's the 14-year-old Jax Bartlett. I don't know if you've seen him play at all at EDC, but I mean that kid is crazy. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys are near each other in Omaha, Nebraska versus Montana, where he is.
I don't know if you've seen a map recently or not, but
you got Adam Clark, who I believe is an indie player, and Jack's asking if he has a streaming board. It would be at Night Owls if he does. Great player, Adam Clark is. Great up and coming player. So, how about this? Here's the stuff I love to see. Right, this is Division 4. We got Indy's James Edwards, former CSC Division 2 runner-up, taking on Brian Montgomery. Brian Montgomery lives in Florida. Okay. Brian Montgomery was there the night that I met Nick Teixeira.
Full circle moment.
And Brian used to live in Indy. So James and Brian will know each other, and they're playing for third place now in Division 4 from across the country, right? But yeah, if Brian was not going to go to Skybox that evening, we probably would never have met. I probably would have never met Nick Teixeira.
Wow, and we wouldn't be sitting here.
Nope, probably not, because he doesn't pay attention to anything, so he would never have found out about me.
Is she going to go down for the 19 here? I probably would take a look at it. Nope, she likes the points. Not a bad strategy in last leg decider. Aaron's going to need to right the ship here on the 19. He's struggled first 2 rounds. Gets it and adds some points. Solid 3 mark. Had to have that. The leg was starting to get away from him. Down
Aaron's thrown very impressively when he's needed to these last 2 legs.
Yeah, both the past 2 legs have been in the 2s. That last leg was a 2-3. Leg before that was similar. Huge round by Jamie there, because I believe she first start triple 19, and I believe she had a triple 20 as well. So we're heating up now. This is getting fun.
Yeah. The fun part really is Aaron goes single 13 there, trip 18, and then single 20. So he just happened to hit the triple on the right one that he was shooting at. The other ones, I think, were misses by 2 both ways. And those 18s can definitely do that to you when you're first starting to play darts, because it is one of those numbers like the 16s and 15s. I'm sure you remember. I don't even know if you remember back in the day when you first started playing darts, however long that was, but I always used to hate the 18s. I used to hate the 16s because adjusting on them is the hardest thing to do for the longest time.
Yeah, because you have to get the speed right. The hardest part of a dart throw is the release and knowing exactly when to release it. If you release it a little early, it goes way high. If you release it a little late, it goes way low. There's no room for error there. And the 8, like you said, the corners are, they're just a nightmare especially when you need them under pressure and you're a newer player. And it's rough.
I feel myself giving a sigh of relief every time I need a triple 18 to like close and really like cement the lead, and I hit it, and I'm like, oh, thank God, thank God.
Yeah. Don't want to do that anymore. Let's get away from that thing. Ooh,
big darts there from Aaron.
Oh yeah, getting some love. I like it. Jamie's going to need to put in some 20s here, because that thing is going away, I believe, this next round.
Oh, and I think you can see at least the division I think we're about to get.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Baby, there's going to be some fireworks in this next match we got coming up. You might have heard of him. La Maquina, JC Martinez, is the king seat right now of Division 1. And they are about to play the finals. It's him versus just a player from the South. You might have heard of him, named Ram Gravar.
Not familiar. Huh?
Current Division 1 champion.
Is he getting pretty good or something?
He's decent. He's gotten better.
Yeah, that's actually true.
The craziest thing is that then he goes and plays a steel tip DP Texas, where the winner of that event gets a CDC tour card. He beats Danny Young, who had a CDC tour card last year, 9-1, and averaged 93 in steel tip.
Gross.
So Ram can also play steel extremely well.
Well, to give you a little history, I'm sure you probably saw it on the bracket, but JC was actually the one that put Ram into the 1-loss bracket earlier. So a little bit of a revenge rematch.
I can't wait. And it looks like AA is going to maybe win 3 legs on the spin to take the king seat.
Yeah, after we had kind of counted him out, he's really, I don't say counted him out, but, realistically, we're saying where he stood in this match, and he has really shown some grit, just bared down and made a big comeback.
And I know you said this earlier. I'm not superstitious either, but I am a little stitious. And Jamie goes to the bathroom, gets rid of the special needed to keep that inside of her mojo
Balance.
And now she's lost 2 in a row.
Yeah.
And it's weird that you think like that, but you kind of do sometimes.
Yeah, well, if you ever go in the middle of a match knowing that you're probably going to miss a turn, not sure there was much choice. Might have been out of necessity.
For sure. Yeah, you never want to run back to the line to throw and it's already, you're panicked a little bit.
Yeah.
If you have anxiety at all in your body, you're pretty much screwed for the next few rounds. But the worst ever is when someone makes you wait for them to come back, and then they come back and throw a 9 mark.
Right.
It is the worst. It's like you rewarded him by making me wait, and then you still let him get that? Ugh. Yeah. Jacob asked a good question. I do not know the answer. If anyone is down there in Texas and was there that day, do you know if Ram was throwing his 9-gram darts in steel tip? I just don't know how you would be. Well, I do know it's Ram who fires the dart into the dartboard. So I could see how that would work for him. But I know Stephen Bunting used to throw 12-gram darts in steel tip. Shockingly, he got better at darts when he changed to 18 grams for some reason. Huh.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, and he stopped throwing extremely smooth barrels too.
Mm-hmm.
That I never have figured out how people can do that.
Oh. Oof.
Well, boom goes the dynamite. Ram Gravar, even they can't see it. Nick's getting mad at us, by the way, because we're talking about the other match.
I know. I'm trying to focus. Yeah.
It's his fault. He knows better.
Well, this one is getting late.
Yeah, it is.
17, 18, somewhere in that neighborhood. And given Aaron's history with the bullseye, that's just an opinion or, just something that I've noticed. I doubt that he's going to be making a switch because Jamie is hitting 1 to 2 of them per round. And I think he just wants to keep that distance for the next 3 rounds, get out of here.
For sure. And this is a moment where we talked about it like 3 legs ago, where we just didn't understand why he was shooting the 19s first when he needed 1 bull. Here, we completely understand why he's going points.
Yep.
It is absolutely the right strategy in round 17.
Yeah, because eventually those 2 singles per round is going to turn into a double and a single per round, and it's going to keep getting closer and closer. Ugh.
Yeah, there's no worse feeling than having numbers and your opponent just has bulls and your opponent comes back to win the match.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is jarring almost and disheartening for sure. This is going to be one of those boring wins, right? Just staying the course, and that dart didn't count. I kind of threw him off.
BG, BG's commenting on the one from a while ago, and he's right. Nick? All right. Well, our producer extraordinaire is telling us we're probably going to switch it on over to the finals of Division 1. as Ram just won the first leg of that real quick with a 5.8 average. As you can see right there, I wasn't lying.
And the most disgusting comment about that is he didn't even throw his average.
No, his average is better than that. It's so weird to see the stadium in the daytime.
And all the the shadows or the sunlight coming through the windows.
Yeah, like who would have imagined if you had never been to the stadium and you just watch our CSE, who would imagine that there's even windows right there?
I know.
I wouldn't have.
True. It does feel like it would have been a lot more room that way, just the way I see it.
Aaron did win the king seat without even going into the round out. He won it on the last start.
Yep, made a liar out of me again. Went bull, miss, double bull for the win.
I love it. Yasmin Ramirez saying, good match with the eyeballs. Yeah, you're not wrong, guys. Hit that like button. Hit the share button. We got Texas taking on Arizona. And I love the fact that it's JC Martinez and Ram Gravar in Division 1 here.
I do too. Played against both of them a lot. And the state of their current game is just otherworldly. And love to see two Titans collide like this at the end and just stand in the middle and just swing it out.
And I love the fact that JC Martinez is the type of player, right, that his A game is the A game of everybody is with the best of them. He has the same A game that Ram does when Ram is throwing his A game. It just comes out a little bit less often than Rams does, and that's the only difference. But if JC's on for the day, which if he's in the king seat here in Division 1, he's on for the day.
Oh,
this could really go the distance. And
especially
that was
now.
Ram's honey pot that he missed right there.
Yeah, it looked very uncomfortable. That was a little out of character for him. His throw looked a little out of rhythm. Not punished as bad as it could have been. So he's going to be able to right the ship here if he does what I think he's going to do.
Oh,
That'll
big
work.
darts. Yep. Gets the point lead back. It's only an 18-point lead, so JC, yep, he's just going to go 18s, and he might take the stab. There they go, and back up. Just like that. Big 8 mark from JC Martinez. And you notice you got to be a professional. You can't yell boom goes dynamite for an 8 mark. All right? You got to be paying attention. I'm pretty locked in right this second. But you do say boom goes dynamite for a 9 mark.
Ooh,
boom goes the
called
dynamite.
It.
Ram Gravara. And honestly, their commentators' curses, there's not when it's this level. They just make us sound smart.
Yeah, it's kind of like we talked about a minute ago. Wow.
Yep.
But
everyone's like, wow, you called it. No, we just know what they do. They're going to hit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I have a feeling he's going to hit here. Yeah, it's because he hits every time.
Every time.
That's why that feeling's there. All right, JC Martinez is going to tie this up and send this one to a last leg decider. They will cork with 3-dart count up to start start this last leg. Oh, maybe not. Very doable for Ram.
5
of them. Needs 5, but he can do it. There, now he can definitely do it.
Oh man.
No. Ram
Gross.
Gravara. Unreal. Well, they're even. There's no more king seat. 1 loss apiece.
Wow.
You know what that means? That means we have at least 2 more sets.
Yep.
Of this. And probably, if we're being honest, probably 3.
Yeah.
Now they're going to go to the loser side. So it's a 1-loss side of the bracket. Cricket 0-1 cricket.
Yeah, so we'll see a 10-dart out. We'll see a 10-dart game almost for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll call that.
You're going to call it?
I'll call it.
Oh, I like it.
Why not?
Do we see a 9er because the person going second decides to actually play it correctly?
I can't go that far on a limb. Is it possible? Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, especially because you can go hat trick the first round.
You can. I personally think that that's the wrong shot. I think you should go 160, 170. That's what I would
I like that.
prefer to see. Your odds are higher. Takes having to hit the 180 out of play. I would like to see that, especially because you're asking for back-to-back nines there, which most people just, your odds are so low. But hitting two triples in a round, hitting one triple, hitting two triples, and now you have to hit your three. You only haven't hit 1 9 mark there. I like it. It's basically
I want to see them go
5 mark, 7 mark, 9 mark is if you translate that to cricket. That's what you're turning that into.
I want to see the perfect 9. I want to see 167, 167, 167.
I'll try that at league.
It's the only format that really makes sense to do because you can always go bowl last start, right? So, whereas if you're doing steel tip, which is when you think about 9 darters, you think about steel tip, it makes no sense to go trip 20, trip 19, bullseye, trip 20, trip 19, bullseye. Like that makes no sense whatsoever to do. But in soft tip for this type of format, when it's open bowl, yeah, you could technically do that.
I'll give it a shot. I have one recently. I can't remember if it's in our current league or not, but I have one recently.
That has been what has been attributed to the Immaculate 9, or like the Immaculate inning for where you 3 strikes.
Yeah, 3 up, 3 down
for each batter. Yep.
Yeah, or
3 all strikeouts. Yeah, with 3 pitches each.
Pitches. Yeah.
Yep. It's kind of the same thing there. You're doing 167, 167, 167. I think that'd be cool. Scuba Steve in the chat. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing well, my friend. One of those nicest guys in darts, right?
Yeah,
Scuba
absolutely.
Steve. It's ironic that his nickname is Scuba Steve because I don't think anyone says "damn you" to him.
Still a cool nickname though. Just rolls off the tongue so easily.
And you know how many Steves are in darts, and he owned that one. Like he got that nickname.
He got it in there quick. Yeah.
It's like my last name is Green. If I got the Green Monster first, that's like a snack nickname. Mean Green, those types of things. I don't like any of them, so don't attribute that to me whatsoever. I'll just take Mr. Green and run with it.
Yeah.
Or I'll take the Boom Guy. The Boom Guy's fine too.
Boom Guy's kind of growing on me for you.
You know what? I hear that a lot.
Well, I want to bring up. Wow, he went first and threw the bull on.
That's interesting. I don't know about that with Ram.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
It would have mattered if he would have not gone bull and gone 20.
That's true. Well, then Ram would have just stole it right there. Yeah.
Hit the bull anyway. So yeah. Well, one thing I was going to say is this format. You were saying how we had at least 2 matches left, probably 3. This format does lend itself to at least a double dip, because the king seat holder has been sitting for a little bit, and I think we talked about this earlier actually, but and then you run up against whoever you end up playing. If you win the hill, whoever you are playing is the hottest person in the tournament. They're having the best run out of anybody. They're on a hot streak, and now they don't have to stop. And you've been sitting for a while, so you have to either come out hot or you're gonna go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. Boom goes the dynamite. I'll wait until you're done with what you're saying.
I like it.
I don't want to cut you off like I do Will. I just know Will will ramble for like days without like seeing it.
Well, I felt a tangent coming on right there too, so I.
No, you're good. I know I'm working with a professional. I know you got me.
Yeah. Felt it coming.
Well, it's weird. It was what the people did not want when I first started doing it, and then people started getting on board, and then more people, and now if I don't say it, people yell at me.
Yes, it's a staple within the game now.
It's so dumb. I I hate that for everybody. I apologize to everyone right away.
Yeah, but it's kind of like the bathroom selfie. It's like I tripped, fell, and stumbled into that too. So, but at some point you have to embrace it, and I definitely didn't at first.
Have you moved past a white belt in karate yet? I'm just curious.
I haven't. It's another one that I feel like if I graduate to another belt, then who am I? Right? Am I a fraud to everyone? No white belt.
Well, you'd have to buy a new belt, and that wouldn't be fun. A different color too. Like green doesn't really go with anything either. Like you'd have to like really plan that out to match it.
Is green next? Is that the next?
I think so. I don't know the answer to that question. Is it green? Nick would know. I vividly remember green being one of the lower ones because it's my last name, and I was like, oh, that'd be really cool if it was like one of the higher ones, and it wasn't. And then I was like, oh, well then, whatever about karate.
Yeah, never
You're
mind.
a green belt for sure.
That's not what I asked. Anyway,
I'm sorry. I just got back.
That's okay.
I heard Nick would know, and I probably would know, but I don't listen to you guys. I tune you guys out. When I'm done, I'm locked out.
That's smart. So he didn't hear all that stuff we were saying about him.
That's good. Probably better off
big
that
shot,
way.
Ram. 8 mark. But.
Big 8. Mick Lear asking, where is this? This is all over the country, brother. I'm Sean Green. I'm located in Indianapolis, or just north of Indianapolis, Indiana. Nick DeShare, our producer, is in Davenport, Florida. We got Brandon Neal in Omaha, Nebraska, as our co-commentator for this matchup. You got Ram Gravar, who's playing at the stadium in Texas, Houston, Texas. And then you have JC Martinez, who is playing at Tom Ryan's, I can tell by the floor, in Phoenix, Arizona.
So everywhere.
And it was one of those things that we used to bring up, like season 1, season 2 of the CSC Challenger Series, just how cool it was to have that technology available to us. And now just the idea that so many locations have our streaming equipment now, to where, I mean, it's very rare that we don't have a location in the CSC or the WCS that doesn't have the opportunity to show both players' perspectives. And it is so cool. It really is. It's become a very unique thing to PPD, and I don't think it could go any better. 636 from Ram in that one. He's getting better, Brandon. He's getting better.
I can't fathom expecting to throw a 6'4". Obviously, I mean, you always want to, but realistically expecting to go up and throw a mid-6, gross.
Trevor, I appreciate that. Trevor Sellers saying that he thought one of us, I'm going to guess it was you, is an ESPN commentator, Gordon Dixon.
Oh. I didn't say treble yet, so once I become a true professional, I will.
Well, it's soft tip. And honestly, I find myself saying treble when I shouldn't. It gets me into trouble. But yeah, it's just because of all the soft to steel, you got to do. And then you end up just confusing yourself because you're just watching the world championships where they say treble the whole time.
Right.
And then you come over here and you don't really want that. Look at this. Ram gonna go for it. Oh, baby, it's on. He's on a 9er.
This would be exciting. Now, what does he go for? Does he go for the 2 20s and the 17, or does he all go all 19s? I was hoping he would have a look at the 10 if he missed the 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I am not sure. 19s. Oh, he felt it right away, too. You could see it.
Hit that.
He does leave himself the 10, but I don't think, 97's awkward. It really is.
You think? I don't.
You got to utilize the bull here?
No, you go 19.
Go the normal route.
Yeah. Because if he'd have hit a single 19, he still left himself 78. And in Fat Bowl, it's,
that's
at
fair.
Their level, it's expected to go.
I think I was 97 versus 98, even with the bullseye, you can utilize that right away. Is kind of what I was thinking there. You have to hit a double instead of, not on open out. So that last 20 was easy. But
But you have
I
to
don't know,
think,
man.
though.
I'm just trying to see, just trying to dig.
Think about the numbers. These guys average almost 2 triples per round.
Oh, yeah.
So his odds of hitting are almost as high as hitting a bull.
You are not wrong.
And again, worst case scenario, he can then go bull or 18, because he'll have 78 left. So either way is not terrible.
Yep. Yeah, 78's very doable. Bullseye, double 14, or even if you go the 18 route there, just to ensure a look at something. But JC Martinez gets the start here in this last league decider. It is going to be cricket. Both players have one loss. For those of you that are just joining us, this is the finals of Division number 1. In case you're wondering if Ram fell in Division 2, not yet.
Barely.
Do you think eventually one day there are 16 players in Division 1 that knocks like a 5.8 average down to Division 2?
Well, I never thought that a 4.6 average would be Division 2 of the CSC. And
it's insane, dude.
Yeah. So
it is
could it be possible?
Not.
Yeah. I mean, the way that it's going, I hope there's a cap on it because, gosh, I'll have to start doing this more often if that's the case.
Well, finally, it looks like the Worlds is heating up this evening with MVG playing this last match. I was told it was a little bit like paint drying, though, originally, as we get a nice little boom goes the dynamite there earlier.
Yeah, and he is really heating up his rhythm. I know I was talking about his rhythm being a little off, but it's, getting better.
Yep. Boom goes the dynamite again, Ram Gravar.
You can tell when he gets in that groove, it's just, it's over. He doesn't miss.
And it really is in rhythm. It's almost like poetry at the dartboard. Those great poets in the 1950s and 60s that were all about rhythm and rhyme. He gets into that flow. It's almost like on a beat.
Yeah.
1
down to his
2,
his steps to
3.
the board, steps away from the board. It's all the same. And I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but when he was playing in the finals of the CSI, I was sitting right behind him watching the whole thing. It was robotic. Just 1, 2, 3. And then you take 3 steps to the board, 4 steps away from the board, turn around, stand. When it was his turn, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and go get the darts. It was the exact same thing every time, and it was in perfect rhythm.
And crazy, you see him. He walks up to where it's exactly about 3 steps away, right here. Waits there, and you'll see. He'll go 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's exactly what you called. And 7.15 to win the second set there for Ram. He is now in the lead of this tournament for the first time since the King Seat match. As we go to another set, 2 out of 3. Cricket 0-1 cricket. If JC Martinez wins that set, we will go to 1 leg. Last leg decider. First place in this gets 450. Second place 300. The important part, right, is the amount of points that you get for playing in these. You're also in those bonus pool action tomorrow, which is always a great race to see how insane it gets. But yeah, looking forward to it, man.
Yeah, same here. And today, a win today is setting you up for the weekend. You're taken care of for all of your entries and any food or beverage that you might be taking advantage of over the weekend. Warming up for tomorrow. Talk about a confidence boost going into that huge bonus pool, doubles, Super Saturday, whatever the kids are calling it these days. But tomorrow's doubles with all that bonus pool money. And these 2 guys are definitely going to be up there. I'm not sure where they're at, but I know Ram plays a lot. JC's been playing a lot. So they're going to be up there in the bonus pool money. And
Yeah.
so they want that confidence boost. And if JC gets triple dipped here, especially, you just have to think that even though it's Ram doing it, you can't feel too bad. It's still going to sting a little bit because I know he wants to get one on him. It just doesn't seem like anybody's been able to lately. And especially now that he took one off of him earlier and put him in the losers bracket, he'd really like to finish him off.
Yeah, Ram's definitely got to be in that 10K because he's 88th on the All-Star rank list.
Yeah.
And I know it's top 100, right? Or in the 10K?
I believe so. I think it's 101 is what I heard earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah. How about this? Right now, Division 2 of the CSC Challenger Series for Season 8, a 4.648 is first on that. All the way down to only a 4.408 is right now the 32nd spot. So there's probably 0.248 or 24. 0.24.
Yeah, I'm a 4 or 5 average, and I would have been in Division 2.
Yep. I mean,
crazy.
And not one of the top, like you would have been.
Yeah, I wouldn't even been toward the top. I know. Yeah, in the CSC, I mean, I'm a 4 or 5 right now, and I'm like number 25.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Ram right now, his NPR rating for league is a 6.14.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wasn't kidding when he threw like the 5.9 or whatever. I'm like, he didn't even throw his average.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It was crazy. Scott Hockey asking, is the bonus pool only for doubles? It's a Super Saturday bonus pool, so I believe doubles is tomorrow. So yes.
Yeah, it makes for a crazy Saturday. That's for sure. Because you have to scramble, scratch and fight, and get the win, and then it's a mad dash to find out who else that was in your pool got the win.
Yeah, and we've seen someone like Division 18 win $10,000.
Yep.
Just because no one else finishes in first in that bonus pool, and you get it all. And it came down to watching one of the very last matches where one of the teams had a player in the 10K bonus pool, and the other team did not. And the team that did not ended up pulling out the triple dip. Otherwise, and it cost the Skylar Carpenter, $5,000.
$5,000. Oh. Ouch.
It's crazy.
Well, all right. Back to some darts. I'm excited. Yep. JC must have have a break.
McKenna needed to change his oil.
A bolt loose.
Yeah, there you go. Tighten up the old elbow hinge. But yeah, so let's run through this one more time for those of you just joining us. First of all, hit that like button, hit that share button. Let everybody know that we are live here for the Division 1 finals. I know I'm going to do so right now.
Same.
But we got Ram Gravar, JC Martinez. Ram has won the first 2 sets here of the final, so he is now in control. He has 1 loss. JC Martinez was the king seat heading into this, and he now has 2 losses. So if JC Martinez, after hitting the 170, more than likely he's probably going to go first unless Ram hits a 180, which you can't put it past him. Definitely not now, because that first start's perfect. He's got the whole other side. Yeah, it's like you knew it was going in. I mean, and that's
I disagree with doing that as player 1 going bull last dart.
Yeah,
I get why doing it, but in level 1, the division he's playing in, you just got to finish that off. Yeah, he can hit those 1080s all day.
And maybe that's something where next time he is doing that going first, he might make that shift.
True.
Because Rams made it burn him twice now.
Yeah.
So we'll see kind of what happens there. But yeah, Ram, and the first start where it landed, and it's one of the things that I have learned more than anything else watching all of these fantastic dart players play darts is it is all about where that first start lands.
Yeah.
On the likelihood that they're going to continue to follow him. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's like I can watch like that first start bottom right hand corner for Ram is just that's textbook for where he wants to go.
Stack. Yeah. And I had to giggle a little bit. Ram, love you to death. One of my favorite people in the world.
Yeah. He goes one mark.
throws a 1080, promptly follows it up with a 1 mark. And I'm like, that's me right there, baby.
And it's almost like you think about it too. At a certain point, you're like, please don't.
Right. Don't do this to me.
Especially when the first two, and you're like, really? This is what's going to happen? But you see the
Spraying
Maloney
these all
double
over
there
the
on dart
place.
3.
Yeah.
The Maloney double seems to work out often if it's named the Maloney double or the Ram double. Otherwise, I still would tell everybody not to do it.
I'm not a fan of it. They make it look good and they make it look easy, and unfortunately, it makes other people try it a lot. My league partner, I'm sure, is listening. He is one of those people, and we have a saying: it's only dumb if you miss. Just don't miss it, because I'm going to give you, I can't even think of a PC word to say right there, but I'll give you some grief about it.
As you should. I mean, that's part of it. And I've actually, I'm not joking. I went to LA with my wife a year and a half ago. Chris Lim plays out of the Blue Door bar there. They had a blind draw set up just because we were going to be in town, which was amazing. They got it done like that night. And I show up and I won the blind draw. My partner was good, don't get me wrong, but our opponents the whole time are shooting at doubles in cricket to take him out, and I'm just sitting there like salivating.
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm gonna win this. Like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm gonna win this just because of the strategy that they're using.
Yeah. When you start hearing that, you're like, oh.
Yep. You start giggling a little bit. Like, thanks for wasting that dart. I appreciate it. Ram is going to lose this first leg.
JC has pretty much imposed his will on this game. I think that snafu on the cork really motivated him to negate its importance.
Well, I don't know if you saw that from Scuba. Looks like Ashley Wentz is going to be taking on Dominic Teixeira in the final, Division 27.
Let's go.
Let's go, Ashley.
I think we're all rooting for Ashley, even the son, even the boy.
I don't have a horse in that one.
Well, there you go.
I'm going to stay neutral.
You can just say it and you want Ashley to win. That's fine. Dominic would understand because
I don't know him like
Dominic?
You guys do. So,
but do you know him at all?
I do.
And he'd understand.
Yeah.
Then it's understandable. He's like, he's talked to me before. I get it. Wow, they both go the exact same.
Yeah, they're playing a game of gotcha and ruining my chances of being correct in the 10 dart prediction.
Well, they're not ruining it. It's ruined now. There's no way that they're not playing another game of 01 after this.
I know. Yeah.
It gone. But
hopefully I'll get another opportunity another day,
And to be fair, if JC didn't hit the 97, then Ram was on the 10.
Right.
He probably would have hit it.
But instead it was a 12.
New Super Dart sponsored player Dagger Dan Taylor in the chat. What's up, brother? Congratulations on that announcement.
Nice. Congrats.
Detroit's own Dan Taylor. I gotta be honest, it might be scariest that I know where so many people live, like having to do this job, like just knowing where everybody actually lives.
Yeah, well, people check in really the chat a lot. And you have that sort of memory. That's cool. It's a good thing to have.
Well, it's also, you do it. You talk about the same people over and over again and all that. It just becomes typical. Scuba's in Green Bay.
Ram has a pedestrian 41.75 to send us to a cork for the decider.
Yeah, it was fine. 12 darter will do.
Yeah.
Because that still means that JC would have hit a 9.
Right.
And that's why I will how do I say this nicely? That's why I'll always be a proponent for split bowl double out in the top division, because you can still miss twice going first and be almost guaranteed to win the leg.
Yeah.
And I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
You get mistakes. You shouldn't be able to get mistakes.
Especially could still win with someone on a perfect game. Or one. No, yeah, I see what.
Right.
No, that's
yeah.
I was thinking
they would have to throw a perfect 9.
Right, they'd have to throw a 9 instead of a 10. Is what I meant. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I definitely am a creeper. Porky.
Oh, I was gonna say we were into dart 6 of a cork there.
Yeah, honestly, I thought they were playing 0-1 again. And it goes to Ram. So Ram wins this leg. He wins the match and Division 1. If he loses this leg, we go to 1 leg for all the marbles. So there's either 1 leg left or 2 in Division 1 of All-Star.
Yeah, that's
PPD Nationals.
Yeah, that first dart, again, like you said, was in such a great spot. The bottom of the bed where you could just lay the other 2 on top of it. And he did.
The battering ram. And then back to back. Boom goes the dynamite. Both players.
We expect nothing less from these two. This is going to be nonstop fireworks.
Yep.
Hey guys,
my goodness.
The game is not this easy. It's unfair that they make it look this easy.
Very much so. So I show dart clips at school, right? And all it does is it gives these kids confidence that they can do something on a dartboard without ever actually doing it before. So then, like, you know, I'm going to get trash talked by like actual players that play. No, I got 7th graders trash talking me like, Mr. Green, I can do better than that. I can do better than that. It's like, no, you can't. You've never thrown a dart before. You have no idea. But
yeah,
fair. I suck. Yeah. That's not the point. It's because they watch all these players hit 9 darters that I show them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've shown some clips to some friends at work, and they had similar feedback to me. And we went at a holiday party we were at. They had a little dart area, and
yeah,
it was humbling for several of them, to say the least. And I was glad to be the one doing the humbling.
Absolutely.
It was all them.
You really think so?
Yeah. Here it is.
They both have 2 9 marks apiece in this match, or in this leg. Sorry. And Ram, it's almost automatic. It is almost to a point where it's just grossly automatic.
Yeah, and it's too late for me to comment on it now. I'm sorry that I missed it, but look, he's doing the exact same thing again with the 3 in the black. Crazy. He's going to do it. The exact same rhythm. Boom, boom, stop, boom.
And twist, right down, twist, boom. Same exact. And there it is. Ram Gravar, 3 on the spin, a 6.50 in that last leg decider to take it home. Congratulations, Ram. Takes down another title. I know for someone like him who has worked his butt off over the last couple of years, being the person that is not consistently winning these tournaments, these matches, never a Division 1 champion until this year in season 7, right? Took 7 seasons for him.
Mm-hmm.
I know that every win is just icing on the cake for him every time. It means a lot to him every single time.
It does. And he is making his statement over the past year. Yeah, it's really impressive to watch. And that was a triple dip to get it done over somebody that had just put him in the losers bracket. So, yeah, congrats, Ram. Great job.
Nick? All right, we're going to take it over to the ad break because, I've been working for a little bit over an hour now, so I got to get myself a break here. Brandon's been lights out, but we'll be right back after a few words from Jen Mounts and hopefully not Will Stewart.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. action, 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex #2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the shark cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy, was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial Barrel. And Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter. So we're going to go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the target arc light under the alumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy, was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, L-I-T-E, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice start. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16, mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, L-I-T-E, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah.
You're a bit much.
Should've.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PPD Nationals. It is singles on Friday, and we have ourselves a final. It is Larry Rungi taking on Lane Liac. I love to see it. Division 10. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms for this one, the Omaha special, Mr. Brandon Neal. Brandon, it's a pleasure, buddy.
Thank you. And we get to commentate on a local Omaha player taking on a prodigy in Lane. I know we've talked about her a few times so far tonight, but I'm excited to see this. She has 1 loss. Larry obviously has 0. So we're gonna settle in and get a good amount of darts out of these two. Excited to see it.
Yeah, we talked about Lane earlier. Her throw is absolute beauty. She goes by the blue bonnet because it is a beautiful flower, but it is poisonous. So you want to make sure that you stay away from that bad boy. And Larry Rungi might be in for a bit of a push here from Lane.
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, he's been sitting for a while. She's been making a run. So I'm sure he's aware. He's been doing this for a really long time. He knows that it's going to be very important. He's ready to roll. That's
How long ago was his surgery
last year.
that he had? Okay.
Or
I was just
maybe-
wondering if
maybe earlier
if his shoulder
this
ever gets any like stiff from sitting for a while, he might need to stay loose that way. But how about this? You have daughter Lane playing next to father Russ, and Russ is not playing on the streaming board. He gave that up to Lane to play on. But he's playing in the final as well of his level.
And he's a lefty. I don't guess
I didn't know that either. I still like Russ, but it's weirder now.
All right, Larry throws 3 fat 20s in the cork, and Lane throws a skinny one.
And then an actual one.
And he's going to need a trip.
And Larry's going to go first. So a little bit to be desired from both players in that diddle, you'd say?
A little bit. And, we had talked about it. There was some confusion in Lane's previous match. So there could have been a little bit of a break there since she is thrown. That definitely didn't look like it was the same rhythm that I saw out of her earlier. So probably a little bit of settling in on both sides. See how it goes here to start.
All right. Larry stepping up. Larry's a local player for you. He's been in the game for a long time. I'm sure you've had your fair share of battles with Larry. What's his strength? What's his weakness in the game?
He's a scrapper. He refuses to give up. He will have some rounds that are huge. He'll have some slack rounds, but he'll always make up for them. And somehow you can't ever put him away. His nickname is Scrunge. He's a real scrapper on the dartboard. Old school guy that plays pretty aggressive, doesn't ever run points too much, but he'll always be there at the end of the game.
Am I pronouncing his last name correctly? It is Rungi, right?
Rungi, yep.
Which is weird because his nickname would rhyme with what everyone else would call it, which is you can't do that if you're Larry Rungi. I'm telling you, it's like Doug Bame. Everyone called him Bohm until he started going by no name because the rhyme works. Otherwise, he'd be the gnome, Doug Bohm,
That's the only way that I remember how to pronounce his last name is because I heard the nickname.
I like it. So maybe it's just a little reverse psychology. It makes you think about it.
Yeah.
Well, Lane goes 20, 19, 17s closed. Larry just hits a 6 mark on the 18s. Lane is a steel tipper by trade, soft tipper by show. And so when it comes to triples and hitting triples, she's used to training that way, which I'm going to guess is why cricket is a strong part of her game. And you can see it there on the 20s. She started off with 4 20s to start off the match, and she still has those to work on.
And if you see, Larry started off 1 mark, 2 mark, but now he's clawing his way back into the game. It's a signature move by him. And he likes the 18. He's one of those unique people that actually enjoys the 18. I can't stand it.
John Mink is one of those.
Yeah.
The guy who we call your twin back here.
I'm very familiar.
I think you guys have met in person, have you not?
We have not. No, just only online.
I think he might be the most excited person in the world to meet you.
I can't wait either.
You guys are gonna have to like bro hug it out and everything.
Yeah, it's like my long lost uncle.
Touch white belts, of course.
Yeah, we keep each other updated on more apparel and fashion than anything else. Arm sleeves, white belts, dress shoes, slacks.
So listen, I'm still a really good golfer overall, but I used to golf in jeans when I would go out and play, and he is the person that changed me into wearing golf attire.
Yeah,
because he didn't want to golf with me no matter how good I was. He's like, no, I'm not going to golf with you if you wear those. fair. So I had to change it up.
It's like being a good dart player that throws a bar darts. It's
Exactly.
only a few people can pull that off, and they still don't look good doing it.
No, but they make it work. They think it looks cool though.
Yeah, I know.
Which is why they really do it.
I had to start
I
watching.
can beat you with bar darts.
Yeah.
It's like in Tin Cup. He's like, "Have you ever parred out with a 7-iron?" And he goes, "It's never really even occurred to me to try." Same thing with bar darts. Like if you I beat you with bar darts. Be like, that's never really occurred to me to try that. I know I just took the perspective of David Sims, who is the antagonist in that movie, but still.
The point was still well received.
Guys, this type of commentary you're going to get this evening throughout the rest of this program. Sean Green, joined by Brandon Neal.
Both players just absolutely annihilated the 7 on their past 2 turns. So only going up from here. About 3 rounds ago, Lane was in square control of this leg, and Larry, in true Larry fashion, has clawed his way back and is in firm control of leg number 1.
Yeah, like a bungee cord. He started down and then jumped right back on up. Which, again, bungee would be a better dart nickname, but that's fine.
Bungie, that doesn't work. So
yeah, that's right. It's an imperfect rhyme, but you get the point. Oh boy, I think even Nick has stopped listening to us, and he has.
Yeah, he's already tuned us out. He's going to need a lot of 15s. Sails that first one a little high, which is going to make the triple harder to hit. Yeah.
You saw the last one kiss off the 1 and the 10. Always frustrating.
Yep. So 2 fats here to close, and then probably going to follow that up with a bullseye attempt. Now she's up against it.
Yeah, leg number 1, we can call this. It's going to go to Larry. But it is a race to 2. It's all cricket here in this format, as Larry does not have a single loss. Lane gets 4 bowls. That's nice. It's a great shot, but it's too little too late for sure. Barring something crazy happening. Which, that last start was huge. Smart last start too.
Yeah.
Annoying for your opponent, but it's a smart dart.
Right. Yeah, it is, especially when you're thinking like just one more miss, and then they drop 54 points on you. She does not.
She goes 5 bowls into it though.
Oof. Now if he misses, she has game shot.
Yeah, you want to talk about scrappy? That is Lane Liac. Oh, this is a big dart. Oh, he gets it. Ooh. Rungi wins leg number 1. Let's go to leg number 2. And the 317 is not Lane's level right now. It really is not. We have seen her throw well above that in the WCS and long-standing format. So I would expect a little bit better out of her in this leg, especially after all those bowls.
Yeah, she started off well above that, and the corners kind of gave her. She had an open round at the 16, at 1 mark in the 16, and then a 1 mark in the 15 as well. So it had a good game going for 3/4 of that, and then picked it back up on the bullseye. So I'd expect her to pick this up, increase that average significantly.
Yeah, she threw a Grand Slam breakfast and steel tip there to start off. Did a lot of triples, but only the one in the middle counted.
Yeah.
Larry only a 3-mark follow, though.
And they both did the miss, triple miss, or triple miss, one of them.
Oh, no. She went to a normal breakfast after the Grand Slam. Did not like Denny's. Maybe she's not a chain gal.
He's going to go upstairs. No, it stays down.
I don't hate it. I would have gone up on dart 3 just because of the high ground. But at the same time, you can't argue with him hitting it.
No,
Maybe he liked the way it lied.
I think it's the safe dart, especially considering how she had been hitting the 20 so far. Hadn't put more than one dart into it. She hits 2, but working out for him so far.
Again, hit that like button, hit that share button. We are live here. This is the Division 10 finals. Larry Rungi, Lane Liac. See Russ Liac heading to the board.
And that last dart, Larry did take a cut at the 20. Sailed it over into the 1 a little bit, opening the door for Lane. Still one dart in there.
She's marching a little bit too much, Brandon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can.
Too much.
She's running a little hot with the adrenaline.
Yeah, just a little too much left, right, left. And try and figure it out.
Seems
usually
like
that's not her throw. Yeah.
No. It does seem like her
hyped.
emotions are running. Yeah.
Great first start. The foul has been the tough part. I mean, look at that. Should be a 180 on points, and it ends up 60.
Yeah.
And I know for a terrible player like me, I'm like, oh, at least I was close. But for a great player like yous guys and gals, that is a very frustrating dart.
It is. And it can start to wear on you after a minute, and she does it again, 1 hole out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, she doesn't have much wiggle room. She does only have 1 loss heading into this, and this is only leg number 2, but it would put Larry needing to be triple dipped by Lane back to back to back if Larry does win this one. But no matter what, they're going to play another set.
All right. Got to step up and come out of it right here. Buckle down, throw some triples.
Interesting. Would you agree? Interesting dart 2 and 3. I understand the first dart trying to steal the 17s, but if you miss the first dart, now you're limiting yourself on how many points you're going to get, right? No matter what you do.
Yeah, I would have relocated after the first dart. You almost have to have a triple on dart 1 to make it worth the round. And Larry not only closed that, but grabbed another zone in the process.
And threw up a kill shot opportunity.
Yep.
With the bull on dart 3.
There we go. That's the best grouping I've seen out of her this leg by far. So she can make a run here. But she's still going to need a mistake. She's going to need an off round.
Well, the kill shot's gone. Wow, big last. Not a mistake there. Yeah, Lane almost needed a 9 the 15s to really put any type of a flag stick at the end of the long fairway.
Now he can do it with a 5 mark.
And it most likely is going to happen with a 6. He overachieved. 4.56 in leg number 2. He raised it up, that's for sure, to win that set. Now we head to another one. Lane, as my good buddy Keegan would say, it doesn't get any more simple than this. Lane, you got to win the rest of the sets.
If I know Larry, he probably had to take a restroom break.
Does he have a different walk when he's going to the restroom?
The fastest he walks, that's for it, yeah. He's just a frequent visitor.
So he's the type of person you do not want to go on a long drive with. For
Probably not. Probably.
Wayne's wondering what format it is. You play the same format as you just played because Larry still has 0 losses. So you play the person who has the least amount of losses format. To explain it to you. You gotta love PPD's triple dip format. I gotta be honest with you, Brandon, when I first started doing these all-star triples and I was like, what? This is real weird. I don't know if I like this at all. But the tournament still runs at a very good click, which was the first thing that I was worried about. The second thing is it is really awesome to watch these 1 or 2 loss back to back runs that these players get to make. And then you get to a final, and the final is automatically extended longer than you would ever have, most likely, which makes it more fun to watch because it's the 2 players that you probably want to watch in the final anyway.
Right. Yeah, and it does make it essentially a long format. There are a couple of different dynamics in there, but it is a longer format. And I would agree with you go loss. It's really fun as a player that, maybe didn't come out of the gate too hot. Typically, you're 2 and out, you're done in 10 minutes. Literally 10 minutes of board time and you're done. Here, you get that opportunity to say, okay, my day's not done yet. I'm going to make a run here. And it really works that it's only 1 game because you get hot 1 game that flips your confidence. Now you think, oh, I can win. And then you hit another one, now you're on a roll. Now you have the momentum and you're playing against other people that have kind of been up and down. It's just, it's a very unique dynamic that as a player, the roller coaster is just unmatched.
And for players that want experience with pressure situations, it's almost like you're automatically put in those situations playing in this format.
Yep. It is. You have to have it. You have to hit. There's no more, like, oh, well, I can make a run in the 1-loss bracket. Now it is win or you're done. And you have to hit every round because your opponent is in the same boat you are.
All right, so since we have a second here, this is where I like to focus on people in the background for no reason whatsoever, except for maybe make Nick's job more fun. But can we comment on how the lady is sitting back there? It looks like
I noticed her a while back.
It looks like she
got comfortable.
I don't know if it's the other leg of hers that we're seeing because it doesn't match. I think it's the gentleman's, but it'd be really funny if it was hers, like based on like that look. But she also shoeless as well, which is impressive. She is definitely comfortable. Yep, shoeless for sure. No, maybe not. No, those aren't shoeless. There's shoes there.
No, I was going to say, I think she actually does have shoes
on. They just noticed that we just zoomed in on her. I'm sure. It looked like they looked down at a phone of some kind. And of course, this gentleman has been just watching along intently this whole time, which has been fun. Watching Russ now play. It's got to be cool to be there and have 2 players playing in the finals here of singles, so you can just go back and forth and watch both screens.
Yeah, especially with them being family members. So anybody that's watching is probably bought in both finals.
Ooh, I think Nick tried to see if he could move that other camera over to see Russ's screen, but he could not. And now it looks really fun to see him zoom out and try and make it work. Or maybe this is a training moment.
Could be.
I never know if he's on camera or on sound anymore, but he said, that was me, in case you didn't hear that.
I wonder what we're waiting on.
It looks like now both.
Got it.
Both. Do we have a look at any other location just to tune in real quick while we wait for this one to come back? Because we will come back to this one no matter what when it gets started. Oh, looks like we're almost there. Although Lane has a button pusher, so it doesn't matter.
Maybe she's getting a new beverage while he starts it up for her. I'm not sure.
Lane was born in Hollywood, Florida, by the way. And the dart nickname Hollywood would have been a good one for her, especially with a double L in Hollywood.
Yes.
I know she's engaged to be married, and I don't think he has an L last name, so it would be ruined at that point, but still.
Would have been a cool jersey design, though.
It would have. It could have really worked.
L's.
Yeah. Well, you win some, you lose some. Sometimes you say blue bonnet first, and that's what sticks.
I really liked your description. Was that original, or did you hear that from?
Yeah, it was me. I actually came up with it for that reason.
That's
That's
really
why
cool.
I'm allowed to say the blue bonnet is. It's also the Texas state flower, or one of the Texas state flowers. So, it works for her being in Texas now.
Can you come up with how much do I have to pay you to come up with a cool nickname like that with all those alternate meanings for me?
Say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
I said, how much do I have to pay for you to come up with a nickname with all those alternate meanings for me?
Oh, listen.
Or was that
Sometimes I just dive deep into stuff for no reason, and sometimes I'll be like, oh, she doesn't have a nickname. Oh, well, watch this, and I'll just try and come up with something that works. And sometimes it falls real flat. Like I guess Joey the Juggernaut Lanaw didn't work for Joey. He'd rather have the fart nickname of Silent but Deadly. That happens sometimes, but sometimes you also collaborate with Richard Ashdown for No Name Doug Bame, and it's a hit. So
yeah, cool. Well, Lane continued her habit of only hitting one in the 20. It was a triple this time, and it won her the court. So still in best of 3.
Here we go.
Lane now has 2 losses. Larry has 0. And Lane will get the start in this best of 3.
And she's already improving greatly right now. Big 7 opening.
That's a statement opening considering her last game. Would expect nothing less out of her based on what I've seen so far.
Yeah, she's not gonna like how she's played so far in the final. She's gonna want to improve on that here.
Yeah, and Larry having a 2-mark opening, it really, allows her to continue that momentum.
I think she's throwing the dart a little bit firmer though. I almost notice a considerable difference in the speed of her dart right now, which is a good sign.
Yep. Almost always the answer is to throw harder. If you're having trouble locating, floating, throw it harder.
Yep. You just get back to trusting what you always do. Get rid of that 19. Great darts. Good 4.
Really solid form.
Especially after the first.
Yep.
What was the new chant at Alley Pally tonight? Did it have to do with the Mickey Mansell match where that took, I guess, 2 hours to complete? Larry's gone 7-7 the past 2 turns.
And he's doing it on his 18. Just still amazing to me how somebody could like that number so much.
It is an interesting number to like.
And he's killing it.
But sometimes it's actually...
It.
You would agree with this. Sometimes it's a very opportune number to like, because say the person goes trip 20, single 20, single 20, and you go trip 18, and then you have that easy transition over the 20s on dart 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it is an ideal transition to do a mid-game kill shot is what I would call it, to flip the momentum, take control of the leg. But that would require 2 trip 18s, which is almost impossible for most people. include me.
I like it. I think that first start was at the 18.
I thought so. Ooh, big
Great
last
step
start.
back and hit.
Larry has a great opportunity to take control. He's already done it. Now he can add to it. Does not. But he's up 52, which is unfortunate for the number that she now has to throw at because she can only get 51 with 2 darts.
Yep. So you know she's staying for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Although, would you stay with dart 3 with the 18s versus the 17s there if you hit the first 2 trips?
If it is me playing, I hit 17, I'm closing the 18 because he hadn't missed one in an hour.
It's fair. And instead, she goes open there, and that could be huge. Well, I would say that not a whole lot of harm done there.
What I've noticed out of Larry so far is the less pressure he has, the less, I don't want to say focus, but the lower the result. It feels like when the pressure is on, he's been doing better. It's almost like it makes him lock in, maybe.
It's a good quality to have in a dart player. When you can do that.
Yeah, turn it on when you need it.
Lane's going to have to do something similar here. And that first start again is just a rough one for I almost would like her to move over, but I don't think she's a mover at all.
Yeah,
I mean across
that.
the line.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, me too. I almost take it as an extra challenge.
Yeah, and it if you can develop that part of your game, it definitely took my game to the next level. And now I don't even worry about where I initially line up because I'm so comfortable moving.
Yeah.
She could really use the 6 mark right here. 2 triples back to back.
And I always say that the corners are the hardest to adjust on after the first dart misses because sometimes you got to adjust by the weight, sometimes it's by the towards, and sometimes it's both.
Both, I know.
And it's tough to adjust both.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, my wife is having the time of her life out there with those kids because I have heard way too many yells and craziness out of them. So she's going to be giving me the death stare when I walk out of this room. I'm telling you that much right now.
Okay. Well, good luck to you, sir.
Yep. We're just going to take our time here.
Well, some signs of life out of Lane as she popped a 6 mark into the 15. Very promptly closes it, but remember back to her bullseye performance as she clawed her way back into the leg, so don't count her out yet. Unfortunately, she's 1 point too high of being 1 bull closer. I don't know. I don't think I said that right, but it's 76 points instead of 75.
That's exactly correct. Math-wise.
Yeah.
You said it just fine.
Okay. Made sense in my head, but after I said it, I'm kind of sloppy. But either way, she gets another look. And if she pops, well, she's going to eat all of them. But we need to start making a dent into these bullseyes quickly.
Yeah, and I think you'd agree that 1 or 2 is not good enough at all here.
No, it's not going to put enough pressure on him to force a miss. And it's really unfortunate when you have an X on the 17 and 2 of your 3 fallouts are 1 hole out of the 17.
Gets the job done.
1 went away for Larry, and he was going second there. I think it's worth noting.
Lane's lost now 3 legs on the spin. going first, I believe.
Yeah.
And 2 out of the 3.
I expect her to put in a good opening round here to make a statement. Let him know it's not over yet. Oh, robbery.
Yeah, that last start. When that goes like that, you know it was a triple.
Yeah.
And the board hates you, and that's just what happens.
Yeah.
And Larry's gonna really, really hit it hard. Boom goes the dynamite.
Big round for Larry. He's ready to go home.
The pedal is to the floor right now.
Here we go. On our way back in. 4 mark on the 20. Not giving up. I love that. Larry's going to have to hit another big round here.
That's a huge last start. I actually like the fact that Lane is just turned around.
Yep. I have learned that does my game a lot better. It's less of the roller coaster of emotion from dart to dart. Just let me look at the board, see what I need to do. Now, this situation is the opposite of last time because it's 53 points and she can score 54 right here. Now she can go for
There we go. She stays on the points. I'm okay with it. That's a huge 7 on, especially because it's Larry's number.
Right, it's the 18. But that worries me because as soon as he trips this 19, which he hasn't really missed a lot so far, he might take a look. Oh, he's moving over, so he's going to stay there.
Yeah, he blocked himself in that first one.
All right, so opportunity.
Now, real opportunity.
Mm-hmm. She has to focus right here because she's had this opportunity a few times and kind of fallen short, thrown a few darts, short.
Oh, great dart. She's staying.
Yeah. That form and that rhythm, the cadence, the 1-2 is getting back to normal.
Yep.
That grouping was great. Result was great. And you're right, she has no idea what's going on the dartboard when she's not up. I love that out of her.
Yep, and you see her, she'll step back now and just figure out what she's going to do. She has made the decision on what she's going to do, dart 1, dart 2, dart 3. No matter what happens on either one, she knows what she's going to. Staying down. Well, we rooted for Ashley to come back on Dominic Teixeira. And well, congratulations, Ashley. You triple tipped Dominic Teixeira in the final.
That is brutal.
That's it. I'm never signing another one of his jerseys. You disappointed us, Dad.
Big dart by Larry. Grabbing the point lead. He had a Liac turn the last time, so
going down.
I like the focus. She didn't hurry it, rush it because it was that last single. Great job. All right, let's see what the answer is going to be here. You put in a big round because I know he's going to go up if he hits the triple. Now he'll stay there, obviously. Solid 3, Mark. Give her something to think about. If it's me, I'm pointing first. At least 1, probably 2. That's why it's not me. That's why I'm sitting here.
Well, she's going right back to points. She made that decision right away. And ideal. She only got closing the 17s was first step on dart 1. She did that. Everything else was bonus after that.
Yep. Now it required 2 triples for him to regain the lead.
Which he does so. And honestly, if you're Lane at this point, you just expect that.
Yep. And it's 18 points. I mean, she's, very likely.
Oh, this is a big dart. Oh, this is a moment, especially because Larry loves those 18s. He's going to feel confident shooting at it.
Yep. He's probably going to take a look pretty early.
Definitely now.
Yep. Boom.
Yep.
Never missed
Huge. One. Huge round. Man, one mistake from Lane, and that might be the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah. Really unfortunate for her. She was leading this leg for 90% of it.
Yep.
And again, Larry hitting in a big spot.
Well, trip 10, I think, is going to give him a little bit of problems. It sure did.
So now she can score 75 points in 2 darts. She's 64 points down.
Now she's got to stay.
Gotta hit it.
And
Oh,
down 4, but it is anybody's ball game at this point.
Larry just whiffed, so hopefully that's not in his head. Yeah, he's like, let me grab some points first.
Taking the last stab
Smart.
and hitting it.
He's really been popping that last dart triple for close. It's been his go-to move, and it's working for him.
LDC, baby. Last dart counts.
Yep. Now we have 36-point lead. She's really going to need a double. Yep.
Larry,
Dead
this
center.
has been the one part of his game, a little bit, has been the bulls, where he's given Lane two shots at a bull round.
I
And
should
you
have
see
gone
him
bull
going right
there.
at points.
He had a 52-point lead. I would have liked to have seen that second and third dart go with the bullseye.
Yeah, he wasted the second dart.
But he's been smacking the triple so much, he probably just expected to hit one.
Yeah, and for Lane, those first 2 are miles away from her. And that's why she's going to step back. That is a typical Sean grouping, but not definitely a typical Lane grouping. And that might give Larry the room that he needs.
Yeah, 2 fat bulls away.
Maybe. Maybe
Oh,
not.
went to points.
I mean,
Mm.
Lane, it's almost Christmas and he just gifted you a present.
And she has winning darts.
Oh, yeah.
Only needing 1 double.
Oh, Flya.
That's what happens to me when I throw at the double. When I'm focused on hitting the double, it always goes high. You got to keep in mind, they've both been riding high on emotion for 5 hours. of
Oh,
game
absolutely.
time. And probably an hour of warm up before that. It's been on their mind all day. Fatigue starting to set in. I have a feeling.
I mean, this is still the same opportunity is still here.
Yep.
If Larry's the Grinch, he's bad at stealing the present. Oh. You heard my Midwestern come out.
Oh, no.
After that first start, too.
Yeah.
You at
least want him to get a look,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
With the drama.
But
now it's going to be anticlimactic. Larry's going to slap the bull and it's over.
There we go. Larry Rungi was the better player out of the 2 matches tonight, but I'm going to give Lane a lot of credit. Division 10 runner-up in a field of boys.
Yep. Larry was the only one that beat her all day. And congrats to Larry, Omaha's own. Did a great job all day.
We're stepping over here to the Division 41 finals. Picota-Athman is your king seat holder, and it looks like he is taking on Caleb Voigt, which is not the person we saw him play in the king seat match. So, man, Voigt gets right along, doesn't he? Rhythm 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so he played Jamie Picota for the finals of the winners bracket, and it looks like that she went loss after that. Finished 4th.
It's brutal when that happens.
but she played great. Had a
Yep.
great run today, playing for the queen seat match. Just ran out of gas after it happens.
How did the missus finish up, by the way?
She finished 6th. She went
Nice.
loss, and went win.
I mean, that's
Win.
great run.
Yeah, I think she came out of it a lot better, feeling a lot better than she did after her 2 losses. So mental victory at worst.
Yeah, this is going to be our last match of this PPD Nationals Friday singles. Division 41 here, finals. Aaron again is the king seat. Caleb heads into this. Does he have 1 loss or 2? We don't know that answer unless we see that he ran through the
1, it looks like.
Probably 1 loss.
It's hard to tell in that 3rd place match.
Yeah, it's either 1 or 2, and you can tell if it's through the losers of the 1 loss side and that person's there, but you can't tell otherwise. So,
and he did win that 1 loss bracket, so he would have gone down there with 1 loss.
So we're assuming it's Aaron needs to double dip and Caleb needs to triple dip, and that's a big 7 from Aaron. Great darts against the throw here in leg number 1 of the first set.
Can't tell
They
if that's
both
a 6 or an 8.
Yeah, they both have very similar releases and almost similar like time throws. Caleb throws a little bit quicker. This is a good Division 41 match. I'm telling you what.
Yeah, for sure. Round 15 with a 28-point lead. Wait, is that a 28-point lead? Oh, I can't tell.
It's a 1-point lead now.
Yeah.
So it's a 29-point lead.
Yeah. And he went all 3 darts at the close there with an X on his number. It's a very aggressive strategy.
Well,
that's in 116. Grabs the lead by 15.
And this is in Division 41. I'm going to guess both these gentlemen are new to the game, more than likely.
Very social, casual players. Understood. Yeah.
Yeah, and so part of that strategy is going to be interesting at times on what they're going to shoot at versus what we would typically think to shoot at in one of those other levels for sure. That
seems like when one of them hits a triple, the other one just comes right back with the triple.
Yeah.
That's a huge round. And Aaron had just hit a huge triple in his last dart to take the lead, and he just took it on the chin and came back at him. I like this. We got to close this 15.
Oh, big dart.
Yeah, it's round 17. Now we're about to start round 18, and it's a race, 3 to 4.
Oh, wow. The annoyance there, too, when you get the double on the first dart. And then you go miss.
Yeah, it is demoralizing.
And if he gets 4, he drops the second one.
I got distracted by Caleb's foot placement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like his left foot might be in front of his right foot. And he's ready.
I think he does a little 2 toes thing. I think he's just pretty straight on.
Free throw type.
Yeah, as he does get that one done. 2-2-1. It felt like so much more, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Caleb gets the first one. Another win here from Caleb will send us to a tie ball game.
I watched it back. I'm fairly certain his left foot is in front of his right.
Interesting.
Because he puts his right foot like at the back of the line.
Oh, yeah.
At the front of it. And then he puts his left foot in front of it. Interesting.
Is very unique. So unique. I don't think I've seen that before. From a player that is
like a competitive player.
Yeah. You see it all the time from people who Show up
Just
to the bar just
launching
to
them.
play for fun. Yeah, just launching them at the board.
Smacking the wall and stuff. Yeah.
You're like, please don't break it.
Right. I like it. He throws it hard. I like that. He really gets after it. The release is good.
And he throws with a good pace, too.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that release. That's a really good release.
It is.
Caleb, if you watch this, I would highly advise to put the right foot forward a little bit, and your stats will probably skyrocket pretty quickly. I know it'll take some getting used to, but with that form and that wrist movement, I mean, that's really good release.
Yeah. There's the only thing wrong with this. The only thing that could probably improve his throw drastically really quick is changing the foot placement.
Yeah.
Because everything else
looks great.
The harder stuff to get
right
looks good.
Yeah.
Now he's just moving along the board here, and you see Aaron's just like, okay, I'll just follow along because you're not getting any points.
Right, not pointing at all. Yeah.
At all. He's not even trying.
This is always one of those interesting, kind of weird games where it's atypical, right? You don't ever see a game with no points. And
look at this.
Just
he
almost did it.
Yes, he did. And that would have made almost everything else worthless.
Yeah.
And again, he's going right at the 15s.
And it might still. Oh, no. Still might.
This is wide open for Aaron to steal it. Yep, he's got to go points.
I don't understand why we changed our strategy there. I would have loved the momentum stay. At least throw one at the trip 16.
Yeah.
Oh, he sailed it on the 15 attempt, though. All right. 33, which means he's going to need 3.
You stayed there on dart. I don't like that on the dart 3, though.
No, dart 3. No, I would have taken a look. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's early enough, and he has an X on my number. I might.
That's fair. Now's a better opportunity.
Right. Yeah, I'm probably going 3 fats right here. Oh, no, that's 80. I thought it was 60. Sorry.
So, Caleb, we lied a little bit. The foot placement, and you got a point more in cricket when you're on a roll. Because you would agree that literally just strategy there has allowed Aaron this opportunity at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, and he was in complete control of the leg, but had 0 points on the board. Now you're playing with fire.
And there he got burned. He got burned by the ring of fire. By the ring of fire.
I knew it. Okay, so
all right, little reversal here. 4. Aaron just needs 3.
Yeah, so it's 4-3 again, right? 3-4.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yep.
Loose on that last one, so he can cut that in half. I would say.
Oh,
he cut it in half right there. It's about what I expected. I expected him to get 2. It stings a little more. Stings a little more when you start with a double, right? When you hit your expected.
Yeah, and Aaron got real quick on darts 2 and 3.
Yeah. To his credit,
wow.
He never gave up. I mean, that leg had gotten away from him. That leg had gotten away from Caleb. Aaron had snatched control of it, and I think the comeback where Aaron thought he had it, and then Caleb made his way back in. It seemed like it made that bullseye shrink up on Aaron a little bit.
Well, you know how this typically works, Brandon, is that whenever it's the last match of the evening and we've called it out, it's definitely going the whole distance.
Whole way.
So
Absolutely.
it is now tie ball game, but the format changes. It is now cricket 01 cricket, which at level 41 is way different as far as like allowing for a game 3 than it would have been. This is our first time seeing either player play 01. And the only player that has played 01 in this entire day is Caleb.
Yeah, that's right. And he did it 3 times, 3 matches.
Mm-hmm. So he should be more used to the 01 legs. And to be honest, if there's one thing that we've seen Aaron struggle with, it's bowls.
It is bowl. And his confidence was completely obliterated on the bowl earlier.
Yep. Yeah. So much so that he was pointing when he absolutely was miles ahead. So we have a storyline, and although Aaron came in as the king seed, it's now dead even, and I would say the advantage is Caleb for sure.
The temperature in the room just feels that way. It feels like Caleb has the momentum, has the upper hand at the moment, the hot hand at least.
And this is also the first time these players played. Caleb got beat by Jamie in the winner's side. So
yeah, 1 short.
It's never fun to be playing someone in the final after we get into the king seat that you did not see all day, so you don't know anything about them, and then they whoop you 2 straight.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah. It does make your mind do tricks on you.
Yeah. Aaron for sure knows he's on stream again, right? Like, that's definitely happened.
Yeah, I'm assuming both of them will be aware by this point.
Yeah. I wonder if both of them are aware of what we've said already. It's always a possibility too.
True. I'd rather not, because I don't want to influence,
Right. No, you always hope that they're not. Of course, then you have Mike Maloney who listens in every time. Like,
yeah,
I could never do that, right? Because first of all, we're calling a lot of his shots stupid because he's going doubles, and he's got to be like, why do they keep talking trash? He listens to like the pre-show too. Like when we pick against him, like what does that do versus when we pick him? Like he's got to be so mentally like used to just whatever we say is nonsense for him to even want to listen. Brad says, I don't think he knows I'm sitting right next to him. Brad, you got one job, Brad.
Shh.
Just kidding, Brad. You don't have to tell him. If it's going to bother him, I wouldn't say anything to him. You know better than we would.
I'd say if he's done this well without knowing,
something's getting turned in that. Look at this is obviously somewhere in the north. Getting turned in the coat back there.
Oh.
Do we know where Aaron's playing out of? Nick does. Carrie's Bar, the one that Rickenzie plays out of. So Minnesota, Little Falls. So I was definitely right about the north. And again, I know, creepy that I know where all these players live.
Mm-hmm. Well, Caleb's going to need to grab some 19s here, claw his way back in after a warm-up turn.
Wow. Well, there you go, Brad. You can let him know he's on the stream, having himself a good time. Ryan Anderson, what's up, brother? He said, "What's going on, B?" And then he decided to include me after the fact, which is fine.
Anderson?
Yeah.
What's up, Ryan?
He called you B. That'd be a
Yeah.
weird assumption,
Mine, like I own him or say, yeah, it's my homie. All right, he is making a run on the 19, 2 at a time. Aaron has struggled on it a little bit. He's taken a few cuts at it. Go back up to the 20. I would close the 19 if it were me. But it's the point lead.
Yeah, that was a darned if you do, darned if you don't scenario there.
Mm-hmm.
But no harm, no foul. And Caleb's throwing a little bit slower right now than he was earlier.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's like his.
They are getting turned in that bar, and they're starting to get a little scary back there.
Yeah, I was to say they're really getting closer to him too. I think he just said something to him. Settle down a little bit.
Yeah, she's
Oh no.
This is so fun.
Yeah.
Like she right now is threatening to do something
Yeah,
on
she
the
sure
camera.
is. Yeah.
This is hilarious. Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh no.
So she knows
So
that we're
great.
live. That's for sure.
Yeah. 100%. To say the least. Aaron is he's throwing darts.
I'm getting anxiety, so I'm choosing not to look anymore because it's scared me. I'll let Nick handle this part.
So funny. Nick's laughing hysterically in the background, by the way, guys. Like, this is the funniest thing of all time to him.
No, I'm taking it very seriously, chat. This is the most serious thing that has ever happened. How dare you guys dance around and have fun at our bars?
Oh, you definitely should. It's a good time. Yeah, he's listening in right now. He's like, please, God, don't. Please, no.
Yeah.
Say hi. Hi. They're like, how is he out? How is Aaron going to focus right now? Like,
Yeah, the guy
For
behind
sure
him
is
is
not.
trying to reel him back in. Like, you got this.
yeah.
Focus.
Oh, last dart. That last dart is always the toughest when you go 2 singles when you're trying to close. And you're
When
like,
you
great,
need
now
it.
I'm stuck there.
Yeah, when you need
You don't even
one
want to
dart
shoot
to
anymore.
close
Yeah.
on the third dart, the zone shrinks so much. It becomes, you almost can't hit it. No harm done, though. There you go. Nice fat one. And then right down to the 17. I hope that wasn't a double attempt, but
Yeah,
I
thanks
feel
a
like
lot,
it
Mike
might have
Maloney.
been. Yep.
Oh. I'm going to guess that the camera is resting on that pole that has the nice tinsel on it.
Yeah, very likely.
Either that or someone's jumping up and down on the ceiling. He does go the Maloney double again. This time it pays off for him. So I guess it's fine now.
I mean,
Always fine when you
does
hit
it?
No,
It was
bad.
it was still 2 darts for 2 marks.
Yep. Again, this is all Mike's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Brad says she's asking if she looked good at least. I'm not allowed to comment on that, and neither is Brandon. We don't want to sleep. We don't want to sleep, and we don't want to sleep where we're sitting. One way or another, like you'll find us if we say the wrong thing too. Like we know.
Yeah. You can run it back.
Funny.
I said I wasn't looking, so I don't
really
even know
funny.
what we're talking about. It was funny.
It's not every day Nick is laughing hysterically about something.
Every day I laugh
thought it was
hysterically at something. What are you talking about?
He's a tough crowd. Tough crowd.
I love the joys of life.
All right, big close for Caleb. He had to have that.
Sorry. I just coughed right into the mic after hiding it for so long. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to go first leg to Aaron through all the chaos.
Yeah, somehow
all
he's been able to
huddling.
focus.
I think he has a different viewpoint than we do, to be quite fair. My kids are practicing screaming out there, I think.
2-number lead over a bullseye in points. Probably would have gone bull there for the chance of the fallout points, but
that little guy, we're not
nothing-
going to worry about that little guy.
Nothing wrong with 20 attempt there.
It's a bold assessment on that third dart. Yeah, almost threw a Cleby dart on dart 3. That's what we call it here. Who's famous for the triple 12 where you're from?
It doesn't have a name here.
Oh, that's right. So Omaha's not a big steel tip area, and you don't play very much steel. That's what it is. If you play in a steel tip area for darts, that triple 12 is synonymous with someone.
Someone's signature.
Yeah, because they're playing 501 and then they go into trip 12, and you're like, really? Because it's 36 points instead of 5 or 20.
Yeah,
you're like, great. So it helps them out more. It's called the Cleby dart here in Indy.
Okay. So this is interesting. We completed round 17. I'm not sure that Aaron has attempted a bullseye yet. There we go. I think we just got one. There we go. Okay. It was going to be interesting if he continued that. I get it. I would just like to see him try to get this over with to try to prevent the comeback.
That, and if we want to inform him, you have a blind draw to get to in about an hour. So
I do. I have to be there in an hour. I'm already sending texts for people to sign me up. So.
There you go.
For the record, it's one of my buddy's birthdays today. So yeah, I don't
For sure.
really
Well,
have a choice.
happy birthday to your buddy.
Yeah, happy birthday, Kevin.
No, if you dip, I dip, we dip. Just kidding. That's what it was for, right? That actually worked out perfectly in that.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Aaron. Needs 2 bowls.
Don't like that placement. It's gonna be harder to hit. Yeah,
He stacked those nicely, though.
Yeah. See, that's where I move. I can't stand that. There is nothing worse than throwing a good dart and hearing clink. Well, that's going to bring an end to this leg. Did Nick update that really quickly? That it's 1-0 Aaron?
Yep.
Yeah,
1-0 Aaron.
Okay.
Now we're going to 0-1. Whole different.
And this is the wild card. Yeah, This is the wild card game. Anything can happen here, and that's what makes it so interesting, dramatic, and fun.
Whoa.
All right. Rights the ship on dart 3. Nothing wrong with 79 points around.
It should not be anything wrong with that in level 41 or division 41. And I mean that in the most respectful way.
All right. No, I understand. That's what I mean. In that area, that's going to win most games.
70 plus is you're golden. 1 bowl around, you're feeling good. 2 is a bonus. 3, you're almost lapping your opponent there at that point. Most likely.
Yeah,
but again,
so what, 23,
they're Division 41, but they're in the finals of Division 41 for a reason.
Right. Yep. And that doesn't mean that means they're having a really good day, right? Some people play well on these days, and some people don't. I have had 5 days, and I've had 3 5 days. Playing my best both times. Just this game's weird.
And I've had 2 5 days, and I've had 1 5 days.
Yeah, but that's relative.
Just because
right?
Just because I don't want to know. I don't want everyone to think that we're both gonna have 5 5 days. Sometimes I've never had one of those in my life. I think I've thrown a 5-5 once. Can't remember it if I did do that, but maybe it was in a dream. I'm not sure. It seems more likely that way.
I think you had
That's
a 3-5
why
game against me.
Yeah, no, I'm better than I'm about a 3. But for all intents and purposes, if I'm on a stream, it's not better than a 2-5.
It does add some pressure.
And even for me, like, I'm not joking. I get on a live stream and I fold. It's when I play. I think I've thrown well once on a live stream, and it's because I was playing against one of my partners for To The Point streaming, like in the match, and so it like relaxed me that both of us were doing the same thing. And then I threw like a 5-5 for the one time that I threw it. And also helped that Gordon Dixon was on the board next to me, like shaking his head at me every time because he's done commentary with me before where I've called myself a terrible dart player. And he's like, no, you can't ever say that about yourself again. I was like, that's nice to say, Gordon. Thank you. Appreciate that. But he's wrong because that was the only time I ever did that. Valerie Bragg's watching. What's up, Val? Hope you're doing well. Guys, can't tell you much we appreciate you guys still joining with us. Sean Green, Brandon Neal, special guest commentator this evening. You're playing tomorrow and Sunday, Brandon?
I am. Yeah, playing doubles tomorrow with Donnie Holden. And then on Sunday, I'm playing triples with Stephanie Neal and Miss Joyce Kraft.
Nice. And that'll be a lot of fun. And then are you in the bonus pool? You should be, right?
Yeah, I'm halfway up. I'm only playing one league night right now, so that'll kick back up in the spring. But yeah, I'm in the 5K, I think. 5K, nice. 6K, somewhere in there. Yeah.
So now, if you win that, you're rooting for everybody else in that level. Now, Donnie, is he in that same spot as you, or did you guys pick separate ones for that purpose?
Yeah, we're not in the same pool.
Yep.
I'm not sure which one he is in. I just know it is not mine. Saw that.
Trip 15 leaves a little bit left for Caleb, and open out 35 is not simple. I'm just going to say that right now. It's not as simple.
What I would
as
recommend
for
this level of a player would be make sure it's a single, throw the 15-10 wire. Whichever one you hit, make sure you don't hit that one the next time.
Oh, you see it there.
And that's the idea.
And that's what I mean by it. Is everything around it is
landmine.
Bustable, but also it can make it harder. Yeah. Like if he hits this first one in the 10, now he's got 25 left. Great. Now he's got to still avoid the trip 10. Now 29 left. Single 20 is sometimes the hardest to hit, and he drags into the 12. And now 8 is definitely a horrific number for single out.
I was totally adding up 25, not 35. I don't know.
No, you're good. Honestly, when you said it, it made sense because you'd still shoot at that wire on dart 2, and then dart 3, you'd shoot at the opposite one. You were just one away, but there you see why that's a horrific number in single out. And and this is coming from someone who's played, at this level before. It's just double 18 is going to be more. 18 still a much better leave than 8.
Yep, because there are higher numbers all the way around.
Oh, drags it too low, and now this is probably it's the one that usually goes though. If you see it miss that badly, you're like, great, still another shot. Oh, wonderful. And the 18 goes for Aaron.
So Caleb was on a 1 dart finish.
Yep.
And Aaron was at 193. And this is the wild card that we were talking about, right?
Absolutely.
You never know what's going to happen in this sort of game.
I knew it when he had the 45 left and he hit the 10 to leave 35. I knew it.
It just has that feeling of, oh no.
It's a tricky dart. For me, as a steel tip player as well, I love it because I'm going to go 319 wire because I don't care if I leave myself double 16. I don't need to leave a single. You know what I'm saying? That's not my goal. So I'm not going to shoot the 15 because I know the 10 leaves 25 and then I'm annoyed with myself anyway. So I'm just going to go 319, 19. That's fine. That leaves me an easy look at the 16. And then if I hit the 3, then I got double 16 to shoot at, and I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, see, I would go 317 wire. And the reason for that is if a player, lower level player, you can drag it low sometimes.
For sure. Yep.
And if you hit a double 17, you don't bust. If you hit a double 19, you bust.
You're correct. And it gives you that safety too to stay away from the triple 17 in that same spot, which inevitably happens if you're going to shoot a 17 there. At least half the time if you're in the like a lower level. You're like, finally I hit it. Great.
Yeah. Is it over?
No, they should still have it's Caleb has 2 losses now. Well, the assumption.
Okay.
That's true.
All right.
We're trying to figure this out.
It doesn't look like they're punching up another. And that doesn't look like CompuSport on his phone.
Yeah, it looks like I was under the impression Caleb only had 1 loss, but it's entirely possible that he had 2 losses. It looks like they're taking the picture to submit to the PPD. So if that's the case, then yeah, Caleb might have actually gotten a loss in that 3rd place match. And therefore, that would make Aaron your winner here.
Congratulations, Aaron.
Yay! Double A with the win.
Yeah, it
Nicely
looks like
done.
So I'll leave it to you guys to sign us off here, but that should do it for our main coverage.
All right. Well, we'll see what because now they were listening to us. But hey, how's it going, Brandon?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm glad that I was dressed for this occasion. But yeah, man. Listen, if
they're done,
it was such a pleasure. Yeah, it was such a pleasure, man. I really enjoyed working with you tonight. You make it easy because it's just a couple buddies on the couch watching darts and talking.
Yeah, same. I had a blast. It was great hanging out with you, Nick. Thanks for having me, Sean. As always, this is dream come true for me every time.
Oh, you stop it right now! So. Dream come true. We're the lucky ones, man.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. So, y'all be nice to me this weekend. Hopefully, you'll get to see me.
I hope so too. I mean, it'd be the first time commentator and then player wins, so you got to do this.
Ooh, okay.
I do want to jump in here and shout out our commentary crew for the rest of the weekends that we have. Of course, shout out to Brandon for filling in today, and Sean, of course. Tomorrow, we got Porky, a.k.a. Steve Hilger, a.k.a. Porky, and a special guest, first-time PPD commentator, Jason Watt, Bearded Dark Guy, is going to be joining us tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we're going to have Sean Green once again, joined by Porky. So that's going to be our commentary crew that you guys can look forward to this weekend.
Can't wait. All right. Hey, listen, before we get off here, Hoosiers? Let's go IU. Come on, baby. Got to beat Notre Dame.
Boy. All right. I don't have a dog in that race, so go
off
Hoosiers.
Right now. Huh? Yep. Let's do it.
All right.
Show it up.
Yep. Y'all have a great night.
Guys, take care. Have a good one. Love you guys.